Hi, Fatima. This is John. How do I sound?
You sound good.
Great. You sound very clear as well. Can you try a few other mics, please?
Testing, 1, 2.
You sound great. Can you try a few more?
Testing, 1, 2.
Sounds good. Let's try one more, please.
Testing, 1, 2.
Great. Thank you very much.
I think they realized at one point that I was getting annoyed. I was like, again.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me go ahead and call this closed session meeting to order for the Santa Ana City Council for December 6, 2022. And let me go ahead and just begin by saying that the meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public can access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel and the city's website. And as usual, please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk to go ahead and call roll.
Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez is present via Zoom. Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. And Mayor Sarmiento.
And I'm here, and I'm going to ask if any members of the council wish to abstain or pull any items, or actually abstain or conflict themselves out of any items on the closed session agenda. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do you have anybody that wishes to address us online?
We do not have any speakers.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and recess into closed session? We'll be out in a little bit.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to our regular open City Council meeting for the Santa Ana City Council for December 6, 2022. I want to begin by just welcoming you all here and letting you know this is my last substantive meeting that I'll be chairing, so it's a bittersweet moment for me. I want to congratulate everybody who ran and won and who ran and maybe didn't win. Just thank you for your service. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Becerra on his re-election, and I also want to thank Council Member Peñalosa on his. So congratulations to everybody. Those who didn't make it, again, it was this was one of the longest election seasons I think that I've experienced, and I hope we do away with election night watch parties because I think they're a thing of the past. But with that, I just want to welcome you here to your house and begin by making some opening comments. This is a meeting that's taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public can access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel and the city's website. And as usual, please bear with us as the technology may interrupt the flow of the meeting. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the clerk, who's going to call roll.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Present.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Here.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra.
Here.
And Mayor Sarmiento.
Here. And before we have Mayor Pro Tem lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask the staff to make some opening comments as well.
To request to speak on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, please dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time. Please announce your name and ward or neighborhood you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call on Mayor Pro Tem, who is going to be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
If everybody would stand. Place your right hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I'm going to ask Pastor Siegel Simon from the Covenant City Fellowship of Santa Ana if he can come and address us and lead us with some words of inspiration. Thank you, Pastor Siegel. You know, this moment for us is a very special moment because it gives us a time and a space for different people from different denominations and non-denominational words of inspiration that help us do our job better and reflect on the significance, hopefully asking for wisdom and asking for support. So thank you for coming here. I know it was on last minute's notice, but thank you so much. Welcome to your house.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. And to all of the council, thank you for having me as well. We're going to start with a word of prayer. Father, how we love you and how we thank you for this day. God, I thank you for all that sit on the council, God, those that are going to come in and be replacements. God, we pray for your wisdom as they guide our great city and do the civic duties for your people. Now, God, I pray that you would keep us even in this meeting as we celebrate your birth. God, we pray that you would look to you and look to you only. Now, God, we pray that you would keep us, not only keep us, but then keep all those that are in council, keep all those in the city as we celebrate you. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor.
No problem.
And I want to thank Councilmember Hernandez especially for reaching out to the pastor on last minute's notice. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and begin with the ceremonial presentations, and the first one will be by Mayor Pro Tem Becerra to Segerstrom High School's girls tennis team for winning the CIF championship. So ladies, come on up and join us up here.
These aren't the Segerstrom girls, these are the CIF champion Segerstrom girls. It's like a football team, right? It's not the tennis team, it's a football team. Well, first of all, ladies, thank you for coming tonight. In Santa Ana this year, we had great representation from our high schools when it came to the CIF playoffs. We had Santa Ana High School and Valley both make it to the quarterfinals in football. Councilmember Peñalosa will be happy to know his alma mater, Saddleback, made it to the second round in water polo. But today, we're recognizing a team that brought back a CIF championship, and that is the Segerstrom High School girls varsity tennis team. Here tonight, we have Brianna Barrios, Natalie Chavez, Catherine Chow, Brandy Figueroa, Valeria Franco, Jocelyn Guzman, Lynn Hang, Jenny Hang, Brianna Hung, Ashley Lamb, Kelsey Perez, Lana Quach, Kaylee Soberano, and Kylie Wong. They were led by head coach Bruce Sanborn and assistant coach Richard Kosai. So last month, Segerstrom defeated Cal High out of Whittier 11-7 to capture the CIF Division V championship. The match concluded quite the incredible playoff run that included winning 3 matches in 3 days. This is the second CIF championship for the Segerstrom girls tennis program, who also won the championship back in 2019. The team finished the 2022 season with a team record 19-5, including a season highlight of traveling up to the Central Coast to play Carpinteria and the Thatcher School of Ojai, which is a pretty elite private school. So that's amazing. Team captain Ashley Lamb went undefeated in Golden West League singles play with a 30-0 record, earning her the league MVP. The doubles team of Kylie Wong and Lin Hang gave Segerstrom better matchups against their opponents in the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals. Tonight, I want to thank Coach Sanborn and assistant coach Kosai, along with athletic director Nick Canzone, for their work and dedication that helped guide these young women to their outstanding achievements in athletics this year. So it's my honor tonight, on behalf of the city of Santa Ana, to present some certificates of recognition to the Segerstrom High School girls varsity tennis team in honor of winning the 2022 CIF championship and for having such a wonderful and successful season. So let's give it up for the girls. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and hand these out. So if I could have Brianna Barrios. There you go, Brianna. Natalie Chavez. Catherine Chow. There you go. Brandy Figueroa.
I wasn't able to make it.
Okay. Valeria Franco. There you go. Jocelyn Guzman. Lynn Hang. There you go. And Jenny Hang. All right. Brianna Hong. There you go. Ashley Lamb. Oh, right there. There you go. Kelsey Perez. There you go. Lana Quach. There you go, Lana. Kaylee Soberano. There you go. Kylie Wong. And then where's our head coach? Is he not here?
Bruce, yes, he's out today, so I can take the phone.
Alrighty. And then, of course, we have yours, coach. Thank you. Would you like to say a couple words?
You know what? All these girls behind me here, they have an amazing season, obviously, with the CIF championship. Not too many teams get to say that. But also, they're all wonderful individuals, great students, and very nice and wonderful young ladies. So thank you very much. I just want to also maybe have our captains. Can our captains say a few words? All right, Ashley Lamb and Natalie Chavez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ashley Lamb, and I have the honor of serving as one of the co-captains for our team.
And hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Chavez, and I've also had the honor of serving as one of the co-captains.
So first off, we just wanted to say thank you to Mayor and the council for allowing us to be here today and represent Segerstrom High School in the city of Santa Ana.
We also want to say thank you to our family, our friends, the administration, the entire community of Santa Ana, our players, and most importantly, our coaches for helping us to carry us this far.
Specifically, thank you. Shout out to Coach Sanborn, who unfortunately wasn't able to make it here today, and Coach Kosai, who has, thank you for showing us much dedication and effort to be the best versions of ourselves, both on the court and off the court.
This has been a tireless season, a few months of dedication, hard work, and sacrifices, and as captains, we could not be prouder of our teammates for putting so much work into winning a CIF championships. We are so, so proud of you guys.
So we also wanted to give a thank you to Mr. Canzoni, our athletic director, for his consistent support, driving out to games, and always being there for us.
And so, yeah, and then thank you, everyone in the city of Santa Ana, all of you here today for allowing us to be recognized and for giving us this spotlight to really shine some light on our program.
So thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
You guys had great speeches there. That was great.
Congratulations. Thank you, ladies. You make us all proud. I'm going to go a little out of order here. I'm going to go to Councilmember Lopez, who's going to be recognizing Concern America for their outstanding contributions to the community. So, Councilmember, if you don't mind, and anybody with Concern America, if they can go ahead and come on up.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I will be recognizing the outstanding contributions to our community, but also our community abroad by Concern America. And tonight we have John Straw, who's the executive director. We have Teresa, who's a development coordinator. We have Beatrice, the finance coordinator, Kat Quinn, and Sandra Dones and Jesse Gonzalez. And so Concern America is a globally focused nonprofit organization that has worked in impoverished regions since 1972 by transforming the need into self-sufficiency. Concern America seeks to bring healthcare, clean water, education, and income opportunities to communities worldwide. And Concern America has worked in 15 countries on 4 continents, making a difference in the lives of over 2 million people in remote regions that lack access to these essential services. And throughout their history, they have championed people affected by armed conflict, displacement, material poverty, and rural isolation. And Concern America trains local community members to be their own healthcare providers, midwives, water engineers, and teachers. They also work with artisan cooperatives around the world with their trade fair marketplace, and I think you all know by now how much I like cooperatives and support them. We have a couple here in the city of Santa Ana. They are located here in the city and District 3 in Floral Park or out on the outside of Floral Park, and they have programs in Guatemala, Colombia, and Mexico, and it is really a great pleasure of mine to present the certificate of recognition to Concern America. You are an organization with a global heart, and we thank you for your outstanding contributions to our community, to our families abroad, and the communities around the world. And I'm very fortunate to have been able to meet John and Quinn a couple years ago at a Floral Park dinner, and I'm very proud of the work that they do, not only in Santa Ana, but abroad. And so the certificate is for all of you. Thank you. Yeah, of course.
Good evening. Thank you, Councilwoman Lopez, for being our amazing councilwoman, Mayor Sarmiento, and the entire City Council. We're honored to be here this evening. Concern America turned 50 this year, and we've been a Santa Ana nonprofit since 1977. So though we work, as Congressman Lopez said, internationally, we couldn't do our work without the global hearts of Santa Ana. So thanks to all of you who've supported Concern. And if you don't know us, get to know us. We're your local charity that works internationally. So thank you, everyone, and thanks to our amazing staff.
Okay, and very quickly, I just want to thank Floral Park. They recently hosted a trunk show in partnership with Concern America, and I just want to thank everybody that attended and supported, and fight for clean water, education, and healthcare for folks around the world. Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you, Council Member. Thank you, Concern America, for everything that you do. I'm now going to call on Council Member Hernandez, who I'm going to join in recognizing the Assistance League of Santa Ana. So everybody who's here with the Assistance League, please come and join us up.
Mr. Mayor, I'll let you take the lead.
Well, so it's our honor tonight to recognize the Assistance League, and I'm going to go off script because I'll leave the script to the council member because it was his idea to recognize all the work that they do. For me, it's just a pleasure to be here with them here at the dais because I personally witnessed what you've all done for many of our families and our students who sometimes go off to school without backpacks, without school gear, and nobody should do that. Nobody should have that experience where they go off to school without pencils and paper and backpacks, and they bundle those together. And they do that in addition to clothing, in addition to all kinds of other essentials that we take for granted. And they do a lot of the heavy lift. And I know sometimes we're blessed with a network of nonprofits that do so much good work in the city that it's a blessing, but at the same time, we fail to recognize many of our nonprofits that help us do what we can for many of our families that struggle, that don't have that ability to buy new clothing when it comes to starting off the academic year, and for the holidays and any time. But I just want to thank everybody at the Assistance League for being so committed to helping our community, and I want to thank the council member for recognizing them. It's long overdue. If you don't know where they are, I want them to go ahead and let you know where they are so you can come and help, drop off some goods, anything that you can share. But more importantly, go there and help. I know when I went there, I saw a lot of people who donated their time. And sometimes that is the most, the most valuable thing that we can do is just be supportive of these efforts. So thank you, everybody with the Assistance League. I'm going to turn it over to the council member to go ahead and say some words for us. Council member.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Thank you. Wow. Well, first and foremost, thank you all for being here today. It is truly humbling to meet the leadership behind the Assistance League of Santa Ana. And Mayor Sarmiento, I also want to say thank you to you. This is your last proclamation that you'll be providing to our residents in the city of Santa Ana, and it certainly is a special one. So thank you. Well, today we are gathered by a group of wonderful, committed leaders that have been serving the city of Santa Ana for decades, over 85 years to be specific. Today we are joined by the Assistance League of Santa Ana President, Donna Lane. We are joined by Melinda Jordan Heathcock, the Vice President of Membership. We are joined by Kathy Masenga, the Vice President of Philanthropic Programs, Judy Fine, Vice President of Resource Development, Gail McLean, Treasurer, Karen Middendorf, Education Chair, Lisa Avila, Public Relations Chair, Alexis Butler, Assistant Coordinator, and Joyce Rohrbar, Parliamentarian. Yes. Well, we're thankful for each of you for being here today. The Assistance League of Santa Ana, also known as ALSA, has been serving the Santa Ana community for 85 years. It was founded in 1935 by Miss Catherine James Irvine, and it was chartered in 1937. The ALSA is a unique nonprofit organization that's comprised of member volunteers who bring their talents and abilities together to fulfill the mission of helping children, students, families, and seniors in Santa Ana. As one of the National Assistance League's 120 chapters, the Assistance League of Santa Ana members are incredibly generous and imaginative. Each one is highly motivated to affect change in Santa Ana, and each one has a spirit to get the job done. And whatever it takes and wherever there is service to be done, this is an organization that many of us have been able to count on. I want to share, how special this recognition is for me. I grew up in Artesia Pilar, right by El Salvador Park, And my family, also my great-grandparents had purchased a home off of 2nd Street in Baker. And since the 50s, all the way up into my grandmother, Carmen Lopez's passing, my great-grandmother would take her children and eventually her great-grandchild and myself to the Assistance League. So I grew up buying clothes at the Assistance League, and as a parent, I take my daughter to the Assistance League. It's where she gets a lot of her antique Beanie Babies and things of that sort. So I just want to say thank you because, you know, families like mine are a shining example that you guys are serving generations of Santa Ana families, and that those impacts are this special that, you know, a family like mine who migrated from Jalisco, Mexico, I'm taking my grandmother's great-great-granddaughter there. So I just want to say thank you because that is such a profound impact we don't often get to see in our city. And over the time, this organization has provided over 2,500 uniforms, backpacks, school supplies, and shoes to our youth in Santa Ana Unified. They award over 50,000 in educational scholarships through the Gift of Giving program, and during the holidays, they distribute Christmas gifts to hundreds of families throughout the city. All of this is only possible through their generous volunteers. These volunteers exemplify the true spirit of solidarity and community in Santa Ana. And it is with honor to recognize the Assistance League of Santa Ana for their hard work to transforming and serving the people of Santa Ana. Mayor Sarmiento, if you can do us the honor of passing this to them, thank you, sir.
And the council member almost got me weepy-eyed when he said, this is my last proclamation, so I don't know if that was intentional or not. But ladies, on behalf of all the residents here in the city of Santa Ana and the council, this proclamation is bestowed to you for all the work that you've done over these 85 years. We are blessed to have you in our city. Thank you so much. And if you could join us here and say a few words, that would be great.
I'm Donna Lane, the president. Our tagline is transforming individuals, strengthening the community. And we feel like we've done that for 85 years, but a lot of you don't know about us. So we're at 1037 West 1st Street between Flower and Bristol. If you want to park, you have to go to 2nd Street, right where you grew up. Yes, 1028 West 2nd Street. We love the community that we serve. It's just absolutely great. And I love your story. After COVID, our first COVID shutdown, the thrift shop we opened with all the precautions and everything like that. All of our favorite customers came back, and every single one of them thanked us for opening up and keeping them safe. They were so pleased to be there. And it's the neighborhood. We have people coming from afar, our own member shop when they're able to. It's just a wonderful thrift shop. We have a lot of items, so that's just a plug. I want to thank Pearl Rhea. Raise your hand, Pearl. She's the one that submitted us. She's another member, and she's been doing a lot of outreach for scholarships. This year, we're pleased that we got a large grant for additional scholarships, so we're going to expand a community, Santa Ana Community College. So we keep looking at ways of getting better and, of course, of getting more money. But thank you, and these women behind me, plus Pearl, they do an outstanding job. We are an all-volunteer organization, so thank you.
We have male members.
I'm not shy. I forgot to say, the city of Santa Ana has adopted 3 families, Steve? How many families? Yes, that's, yeah, Yesenia said that, yeah, she hit you up. But at least, yes, at least 3 families for a gift of giving. And it's just not a small gift. It's, you know, the whole family, and they get bags. And I saw all these brand new bikes in our chapter house. So thank you to the employees at the city of Santa Ana for doing that. Thank you.
Let's hear it for the Assistance League. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, all of you. So I'm going to do something that I normally don't do. I'm going to use the chair's prerogative to call something that's not on the agenda. It's not material or substantive, so we didn't have to notice it, but it is something that I think was meaningful. I forgot to put it on the agenda when we were going through our agenda review, and it's to recognize some of the outgoing commissioners that have served me, and some of them for as long as maybe 15 years. So with the council's indulgence and the staff's indulgence, I'm going to be very brief in recognizing just some of the commissioners that will be retiring just as I am. And I want to call up a few of them that are here in the audience today. So if I could have Gabriela Hernandez please come up and join us, Jose Gloria, Manny Escamilla, and Tim Johnson, if you guys don't mind coming up here. And they represent just a few of the commissioners that have served alongside me. But I do, as they come up, I want to mention some of the other commissioners that have served and are presently serving and who will be retiring as well. The next meeting will be the last meeting, which will be a transitional meeting, so we won't have the opportunity to do this. We'll be seating the new mayor-elect here and also a new council member. And I will be stepping down. So I wanted to just take this moment just to thank our commissioners, because as we all know, we can't do much without leadership. We can't do much without that volunteer effort and residents stepping up to, help us navigate and address issues that are so critical to our community. But I do want to recognize some of the commissioners who weren't able to make it tonight. Emily Tucker, who's my youth commissioner, Janelle Hardy, who represents me at the Historic Resources Commission, Andres Ramirez with Parks and Recs, Richard Santana with Community Development, and especially my planning commissioner who served with me since 2007. His name is Eric Aldretti. He's been alongside me. He went to college with me, and we now are friends, right? And that's the beauty of this sort of city council commissioner relationship, that you do get to know people more on a personal basis, but you just respect the time that they give, because for those of us on the city council, this is a role that we signed up for commissioners. They really didn't sign up for that role, and some of them spend endless hours doing things that benefit our community. So I want to especially thank those that are here tonight. Manny Escamilla with ETAC, Tim Johnson with the Measure X Committee, Jose Gloria Hernandez with the Arts and Culture Commission, and Gabriela Hernandez with the Personnel Board. The 4 of them represent, I think, what's best in our community, which is people who just want to volunteer. And as many of us on the City Council know, the commissions are sort of the step towards getting involved in government and public service, and I just am so inspired by the work that they do. And I talk to them very often, and I hear, when Gabby tells me about these sessions that are very long at the Personnel Board and become very complicated, because they're sort of a quasi-judicial board where they hear cases and grievances from employees, and they have to deliberate, just like a jury, just like a panel. And so that is very involved work. The information is technical. When we talk about a lot of what we've done with the arts and culture in the city, I know Jose has explained to me how important it was for him to make sure micro grants were given to artists, and how they advocated so hard and made it a priority for those of us on the City Council. And Tim Johnson has been somebody who's been a vocal advocate for making sure that we are fiscally responsible. He's a CPA by trade, and we have to have a CPA on that Measure X commission. And when he sends me emails, they're more like treatises. They're very long and complicated, but he is that passionate about it. He has his own practices and his own profession, but it's so important to him that we make good, sound decisions, that he devotes time and a lot of thought lot for us to deliberate on. And finally, Manny Escamilla, who's our ETAC commissioner. He's somebody who takes his role extremely serious. He is what we call the sort of de facto historian of commissioners. He knows everything that has happened in the legacy and the history of this city. So I want to thank the four of you for being here, thank the four of you and everybody else who served with me, because they didn't serve for me, they served alongside me. And they made me a better council member and a better mayor because of the things that they got involved with. So I just want to thank you all. Let me go ahead and give these out before I start weeping even more. Jose Gloria, please give him a round of applause for the Arts and Culture Commission and all the work he's done. Tim Johnson for his outstanding work at the Measure X Citizens Oversight Committee. Tim? Manny Escamilla for his work on the Environmental and Transportation Advisory Commission. Thank you so much, Manny. And last but not least, Gabriela Hernandez Castillo for her work on the Personnel Board. Thank you so much, Gabby, for all your work. So I want to hear from at least one of you. Did you guys draw straws on who's going to speak on behalf of all the commissioners? Gabby, I think they're going to defer to you, so come on, give us some words of inspiration.
Wow, okay, thank you. It's been an honor to serve under Mayor Sarmiento and with my fellow board members. The Personnel Commission, I think, is a commission that many people don't know about and the amount of work that goes into it. We spend about 1 to 4 days a week together, sometimes from 6:30 to 10 p.m., away from our families and our loved ones, but it is so worth it. To learn how the city functions, especially in this area. And I'm proud of the work that we've done to bring order and accountability to this board. And so thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, for giving me this opportunity. And thank you for the city for loving me for the last 18 years and taking me in as your own.
I just want to say I'm extremely honored and humbled to come to a city like Santana. I'm not originally from here. I'm originally from La Ciudad de Mexico, Mexico City. I was an immigrant, undocumented. I came to this country, and the first place I came to was Santana. Ended up growing up in Anaheim, but my heart was always here. And to be able to advocate, I started here as an activist, coming to these meetings to fight for the community, for tenant rights and all these things, and to ultimately be able to just humbly serve as a commissioner for something that I'm very truly passionate about, is the art and culture of the city in Santana. It is the emerald in Orange County, and an envy for many. So I'm just really proud of the work that I and all the folks that were on that commission did in the short amount of time to expand the ability for more people to be a part of that chorus of beauty that is the arts here in Santana. Thank you.
I just want to say thanks for allowing me to serve. As a CPA, we'd always we kind of try to find where we can help, and this is an area that I can serve. And so, just thank you very much, and appreciate it. And to all the staff too that puts endless time in for every single one of these commissions, it's a thankless job. So thank you also. So, and I'll give it to the second coolest pair of glasses in the room.
Thank you. Tim and I, thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, soon to be Supervisor Sarmiento. I just do appreciate, doing the work on different sides. So did it as a staff member, and I can honestly say that the folks that work for the city are amongst the most professional that I've ever met in my life, truly dedicated to working and supporting the community here. I know that because they put in long hours behind the scenes, and the slow, boring work of government is done in these committees. So if anyone wants to do some slow, boring, but very important work, I do recommend that everyone applies as new positions become open with the new council members and the new cycle that gets started. Just thank you all so much for having me here, and that's it.
So nobody mentioned that you guys were doing that for the gigantic stipend that you received, right? For all the money that's involved. Just kidding. So we're going to take a photograph and then we're going to go ahead and go back to business. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, City Council, for your indulgence. Thank you, members of the public as well. All right. Madam City Attorney, do we have anything to report at a closed session?
Mayor and council members, we had 2 closed session items this evening, but we do not have any reportable action.
Great, thank you. Let me go ahead and go to the public comments section. So this is the time and place for public comments. We are going to be receiving comments from members of the public on agendized and non-agendized items. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter and cannot enter into any discussion at this time, but we will hear from members of the public who are here physically in person and those that may be joining us virtually. And you have 3 minutes to speak. If you don't mind, please stating your name on the record. You don't have to give us your address. Just let us know if you do live in the city, what wards you reside in. And Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public that wish to address us via Zoom?
No, we do not.
Great. So I'll go ahead and bypass your comments since we don't have anybody, or do we want to put that on the record just in case? Why don't you do that just in case, you know, somebody joins us, and that way we can have that for the record.
Speakers on the queue, you may provide their comments on agenda and non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, with the exception of public hearing items 27, 28, and 29. Please select *9 from your phone or raise hand from Zoom now.
Great. None? All right. Let me go ahead and call on those members of the public that submitted a card to speak here. Physically, let me start with John Raya, followed by Mary Lara, followed by Ray Diaz.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and those of you at home. My name's John Raya. 1994, after the worst year of violence the city had ever seen, I founded TKO Boxing. We have not had another year like that since the club was founded, and I think that TKO played a small role in that, but it was a very definite role. TKO's history and legacy is in the thousands of people and children who've come through our doors. But, you know, I want to give you an update of kind of how far this reaches and touches. Just this last weekend at Salgado Center, we had a boxing show. We had 23 bouts. We had youngsters representing 26 different clubs coming from as far away as Oregon, Nevada, all of Southern California. I walked around and I spoke with many of them, and I asked them, you know, how they saw the show, what they were enjoying. And to a person, both boxers and their coaches thanked us, thanked TKO, thanked the city of Santa Ana for putting on what they viewed as just a top-notch program, top-notch boxing show. They said how much it meant to them, to their kids, and what they were able to do to further their mission. So what we do reaches beyond the boundaries of Santa Ana and reaches beyond the children that are here and those families. But during the course of this, I had one gentleman that I spoke to, thoroughly tatted out, face tats, cap, everything. We talked a little bit about his son, and he told me, he says, you know, I did time. I did time. I get this. I understand why this is. I tell my son, if you see someone who looks like me coming towards you, go the other way. he remembered the gang truce conversations that were happening in the city that I was a part of at the various parks. He told me about a man who was at that, who was coincidentally someone that I spoke to there. And I told him, I said, yeah, we spoke. And he goes, I went to jail after that. I did my time. I found the Lord. I'm back doing his work. I'm preaching to keep kids away from this. He says, what you do changed my life, changed my family's life. It's something I've heard continually every time we go to these events. I need to thank you again for giving us the opportunity to do what we do, to serve these kids on a daily basis, and ask you to help us, to keep our club open, to keep these kids off the street, to support the families, and to help them find a better future. That's what we do, and we couldn't do it without your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Mary Lara, followed by Ray Diaz, followed by Tim Johnson.
Can we make a substitution here? Robbie Munoz, who's one of our members who's slated to speak and is now coming here. And Robbie?
Come on up, Robbie.
Come on up.
Thank you.
Cold start.
Yeah, cold start, very cold. Good evening, council members. Appreciate the time. This is really important for me. TKO Boxing holds a very special place in my heart, personally. I joined the club 2 minutes, 44 seconds. I'll keep it as short as I can. I joined the club as a teenager, and the club transformed my life in a very measurable way. I had immediate support from everyone at the club within the sport of boxing, but unfortunately, my life took a different turn. I was injured, and that injury changed my trajectory. So we had to shift. I had the support of everyone at the club to then begin pursuing my education. In the pursuit of my education, I found the law. I went on to law school. I now work for a firm, and I represent injured victims throughout California, and none of that would be possible if it wasn't for the support that I received at the TKO Boxing Club. The TKO Boxing Club provided a safe haven for so many, and I think in the next minute and a half, if there's anything that I leave this council with, it's the importance for this club to continue its legacy in positively affecting lives, to continue being there for students and for athletes that need that safe haven, that need that place to go call home and to become better individuals. And I look at John, I look at Mary, Hector Lopez. They have dedicated thousands and thousands of hours to this club. And if anything, we should be thinking of ways to expand this club, to strengthen its presence in the city, not by, what we shouldn't be doing is trying to constrict this club and putting it in a position where it makes it difficult to operate. So I ask for all of you, I implore all of you to look at this club and to collaborate with TKO Boxing, to support it as it continues to bring forward the next generation of young athletes, young students who go on to great universities. It's my pleasure to speak on behalf of the club, and my hope is that we can look to strengthen it and make sure that it endures another 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray Diaz, followed by Tim Johnson, followed by Curtis Shipp.
I'm a little shorter, sorry. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I have tonight nothing really to comment on except for some gratitude for our mayor who will be on his way out serving our community elsewhere. I like to consider myself a history guy, so excuse and bear with me now. A handful of firsts for Mayor Sarmiento, first new mayor in 26 years, and the first Bolivian American to serve a major U.S. city, so that's a big accomplishment on its own. And accomplishments in protecting tenants, working families, and strives for equity and accountability. You have so far been a humble steward on this council through rent control, police oversight, investments in our youth, and prioritizing our essential workers. As we welcome and transition this governing body with new members, history continues to be made with this city welcoming its first woman mayor. That's progress. And this council has debated and butted heads many times. And that's the great thing about this institution, about our democracy, right? We are able to deliberate and come to consensus. And it is my hope that as a resident of this city, as a resident of Ward 5, that this, our beautiful city may be able to see that kind of camaraderie and collaboration by this council to serve the residents of this city once more. Because at the end of the day, that's what is expected of each and every one of you as public servants. So thank you for your time, and thank you, Mayor Sarmiento.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you so much. Tim Johnson, followed by Curtis Shipp, followed by Dwayne Shipp.
Hi, everyone. You know, you're not going to bring me here without being able to give me another 3 minutes to speak. So figured I'd take that instead of writing off one of those long emails that I tend to do. I just want to, the city has put out on their social media platform, but it hasn't got a whole lot of attention, but bring it to the community's attention and everyone else on the dais that tomorrow the county as well as PATH will be putting on an informational session regarding the Yale Navigation Center, which is an important community resource, but one that is located here in our city, so it's even more important for our community. And I would just want to publicize that for those that are watching and listening, and also encourage the city to push that out tomorrow and this evening regarding that. It's a Zoom call at 4 o'clock tomorrow. And so especially for those folks that live right around Mitchell Elementary, Godinez High School, Centennial Park, Heritage Museum, and so Fairview and Harvard area, that go attend that and learn about the Navigation Center, figure out what ways that we can do things better for those that are struggling with housing, to the nth degree that they're needing to accept that emergency housing there. It is via Zoom, so for those that are familiar with Zoom, the meeting ID is 585-516-1103, and the passcode will be 3401984. And for anyone that is even more interested in knowing about Yale and their good neighbor policy, I urge you to, if you type into Google, Yale Navigation Center good neighbor policy, the first item that should pop up will be a Adobe file that lists the responsibilities that the county told us that they were going to have the operator, which is PATH, abide by, and maybe take a look at that and see if all sides are holding up their side of the responsibility here. So with that, thank you very much, Mayor, for your last meeting. Not that it'll be your last meeting in Orange County, but the last one here in the city. And I encourage you to remember Santa Ana, as I know you will, as you represent us on the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Curtis Shipp, followed by Dwayne Shipp, followed by Francisco Salazar.
Hello, good evening. To the City of Santa Ana, I'm here to speak on item 26 about the changing of the name of Willits to my mother's name. I grew up in Santa Ana since '65. I went to Lincoln School on Sullivan and Willits. I went to Spurgeon on 5th and Fairview, and I went to Santa Ana Valley at 1801 South Greenville. City of Santa Ana was a great city I grew up in. The main thing I remember about Santa Ana is the diversity and also the community went behind everyone. They supported everyone. I would love to see Santa Ana continue to do the great things that they have done in this city for all people, okay? In honor of my mom was a pillar because my mom took in anyone and looked after anyone. The things that we grew up in the community doing was community-based. We have a seniors thing that we're doing on December the 17th, and it's going to be at the Southwest Senior Citizen Hall. We honor Gary Templeton, which was a baseball player that went to the Santa Ana Valley, and he often would pay for these meals. And so the things that we've always done is always community-based. So I would like to thank the city of Santa Ana because to me, I believe Santa Ana is the best city. When I say the best city, I'm talking about the mayors, the council people, the law enforcement is great, okay? The firemen are great. I remember the fire department coming down the street rescuing my mama plenty of times. And then when my mom left here, they were the one rushing her to St. Joseph Hospital, you know? So Santa Ana has always been a great city to me, and I've always grown and I always honored Santa Ana. I appreciate the Chicano Heritage Day that we had in El Salvador Park. I remember that park. My mom was a part of city parks and recreations. A lot of her friends in the summertime, we would travel to all of these places and visit the city. So we weren't just in Jerome Park. We was at all these parks, Memorial Park. We was at all these different parks. Also, I coached 18 years of Pop Warner in the city of Pop in Santa Ana. 18 years when I came home from college. I coached 18 years in the city of Santa Ana and Pop Warner. So I love the city of Santa Ana. I love what you guys do. I want you guys to continue to recognize all of us because the best thing that they ever gave to me was diversity. Diversity. That's the best thing that I got from the city of Santa Ana growing up is diversity. And I know that it all starts with one thing, that is the home. The way to fix the city is the home. So whatever you guys do, it has to be based and focused on fixing the home. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Santa Ana.
Thank you, Curtis. Thank you so much. Dwayne Shipp, followed by Francisco Salazar, followed by Jose Hernandez.
Going on. Here for item 26. I see that we got pushed to 25. Is that correct? Yes, we signed up for 26 for the street change. 26, so we're speaking on 25, so I think it's only fair that we let the next person go that speak for 25. And I come back for 26. I go now? Okay. Well, honoring our heritage, fortifying our presence. I'm a president of the Orange County Heritage Council here in the city of Santa Ana. The legacy never ends. New vines grow from strong roots. I'm a vine off the root of my mother. When Jonathan, we sat down earlier about last year and we started talking about just restoring our community and recognizing for when new people come along, they realize that we were here too. And it was a black and brown as well as every other race in this county. So we just been working this thing for a while now. It's finally coming together and I'm just here in support and looking forward to it happening. I want to thank you, Mayor, Jonathan, and all the rest of the council and all the staff, Christine. You know, just excited. I had a lot to talk about when I got up here. I don't got a lot to talk about. I'm just excited. So, you know, just happy to be here. And like my brother was saying, we love Santa Ana. We've been here since about 60. So I haven't been here since 60, but yeah, we've been here a while and, you know, just looking forward to this and we're just excited. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, Dwayne. Thank you, Commissioner Shipp. You said a mouthful. Francisco Salazar, followed by Jose Hernandez, followed by Victor Mendez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Francisco Salazar. I'm a lifelong Santanero, community organizer, business owner, and resident of Ward 2. I want to speak today in support of TKO Boxing Club. Man, what can I even say about TKO Boxing Club? I had a whole speech written, and I'm just going to speak from the heart. TKO Boxing Club is a special place to individuals like myself, growing up in the city, obviously experienced a lot of the social qualms that a lot of us did growing up. TKO Boxing Club was a place where kids like me could express ourselves through sport. You have so many prominent Santaneros who've really excelled in athletics in Santa Ana. Some examples that we can give are Eddie Bravo, who's a world championship jiu-jitsu practitioner. We have Alexis Rocha, TKO's very own, 21-1, top welterweight in the world. But this doesn't scratch the surface when it comes to the impact that the TKO Boxing Club has made in our lives and the lives of the youth that I was once this individual who was part of this program, and it really gave me community. My parents worked 18-hour days, 16-hour days, so I was always kind of left to my own devices. And having coaches like Coach Hector, having individuals like John Raya to find the program, having these other individuals that I could really have support in and peer support, and you know, we're all going through the same things, and being able to have a place where we can have kind of impromptu therapy. TKO Boxing Club, like a lot of other athletic clubs in the city, are a safe haven for individuals like myself. They really are the fabric that kind of binds us together. And without TKO Boxing Club, I honestly wouldn't know where I would be. A lot of my friends, family experienced, obviously, those social qualms are no longer here with us, and I give all credit to boxing clubs and athletic clubs like TKO for keeping individuals like myself here. Thank you so much for your time, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Francisco. Jose Hernandez, followed by Victor Mendez, and our last speaker is Linda Stinnett.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento, Council. Man, you know, I really just came here to just to thank you, first and foremost, Mayor Sarmiento. When I first came here over 10 years ago, I was Councilmember Sarmiento, and I was like throwing bombs and telling you and everybody here like you guys sucked and that you should do better. And you listened to me, and look at you now. No, more importantly, you listened to the community. But I kid. I may be biased, but you're probably the best mayor that this city has ever had by a mile. You're so good, you never had to strike your gavel once. I remember Pulido, that was like a once a meeting occurrence. He had to keep it in line because he didn't command the respect that you do from a lot of people here and a lot of people in the community. Your shoes will not be filled anytime soon, if ever. Your city loves you, and you served it proudly, and we're left a better city because of your service. I know firsthand because I talked to the residents door to door and heard the love and the respect that they had for you. But when I got here, the things that you and your council allies, like Councilmember Jesse Lopez, Councilmember Hernandez, and others, Councilmember Fan, when it comes to the rent control issue and just cause eviction, they were just pipe dreams. And this really protected vulnerable residents. You know, protecting residents to police oversight committee that was recently passed. I remember a time when the city manager and the police chief were one and the same, and we had police shootings all the time. And now we don't have that anymore because the community would come here. I remember one time Pulido emptied these chambers because somebody wore a hat that offended him. And man, we've come a long way. Protecting the housing opportunity ordinance, our inclusionary housing. What other city has that? Nobody. Like, we're so proud of the things that we have. And we recently passed $100,000, or $100,000 were allocated for Art and Culture Commission to distribute, as you mentioned, to micro grants. That should continue, and we should expand that because there's so many people that were really benefited from those that never got money ever. And I want to say that campaign season is an interesting time. National politics gets us into this political divide of it's the blue team or the red team. And I always tell people, locally, it's not about teams. It's about who's in the pockets of special interest and who's not. I won't say any names, but there was at least a person that ran that I got 15 mailers from. 5 from the Police Officers Association, 5 from the California Landlord Associations, and then the rest from themselves and other people. Who are those people going to serve? Well, I'm happy to say that you were never in the pockets of special interests. You always stood by the community, even when it was politically unsafe, and you could have had an easier time had you not done what you did, but you did it because you believed in it, and I want to thank you so much.
Speaker, your
and
time
I
is up.
congratulate you on your next step here, and the supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Victor Mendez, followed by Linda Stinnett. And Linda will be our last speaker.
Mayor Sarmiento, well, COVID and the flu has gripped the residents of 2222 pretty heavily, so many of them just decided to stay home. We have a lot of mobility issues, as you know, so we're kind of limited, just myself and Linda tonight. But on behalf of the 600 residents, we all wanted to come out and say just thank you. Thank you for your compassion. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your support. We were all very ecstatic that you won wholeheartedly. We wish you a lot of success as a supervisor. And everyone says, please don't forget us. I told them that's not going to be a problem, because if Vince does forget us, I'm going to call Eva. Okay, on a more somber note, yes, this is a great city, but we can do better. On Thanksgiving Day, as I was headed to my parked car in my garage at 2222 to have lunch with my son, I was accosted by a very hostile homeless man who threatened to damage my car and do physical harm to me. And as you well know, security has been an ongoing issue at that facility. I spoke with the police later that night. I then organized a petition for more security and other items. We had about 60 people sign that. Of particular note is about 48 of them were women, and all of them have some type of physical problem. In fact, if you really come out to 2222, we are probably about 60-70% women, and a lot of them do have physical problems. These women are targets of some very bad people. And we have drug runners, we have people coming in, and we even have residents who take advantage of these people. And we're going to talk to them about trying to do this. 2222 is not a transition housing development. It's not a recovery home. It's really meant for people who want to come in and need affordable housing and to live in their lives with peace and respect. And we respect people who need help, but this is not a recovery facility. It doesn't provide any support. It doesn't provide any transitional services. It's really meant for people to come in who need affordable housing. So this development will last about 50 years. I'm 64 next week, so I don't think I'm going to be around when the life expires. But I and the other residents are going to work as hard as we can to sustain this development as long as we can. But we're going to need your help and the help of future councils. And if we kind of work together and we get the partners with the development together, it can be a wonderful thing for senior citizens down the road. So thank you in that respect. On item 18, was great progress for our dogs. I'm going to need an extension. This is a very important point, Mr. Sarmiento. Was great that it's progress for dogs, but no progress on any financial assistance for seniors using Revive funds. In effect, we're prioritizing dogs over senior citizens, and that's really sad. We talked about some of the great things in Santa Ana. Well, I think we can do a little better. I think we put seniors ahead of dogs at this time, particularly if you really come out to my facility where I live and see what's going on. You feel there's a lot of people in need.
Your time is up.
Just a few more seconds, Mr. Mayor, your last time. So I know there's a lot to do here, but I really would appreciate if some priority can be done. When people come up to me and say, gee, you're really doing great things, I listen to you all the time. The community out there is actually listening to me. I get people come up to me in restaurants, in markets, in libraries, people are actually listening to me, and they say, hey, you're that guy on YouTube. I go, well, okay, well, keep listening. So they are listening, so I hope you'll listen and do something about this situation and move it forward. But right now, dogs are taking priority before senior citizens.
Thank you.
And that's flat out sad. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Victor. Our last speaker is Linda Sinnett. Is there anybody online, Madam Clerk?
No.
Got it.
Well, the flu didn't get me, so I'm here.
Linda, go ahead and pull the mic down just a little bit closer. There you go.
I
Thank
said
you.
the flu didn't get me, so I'm here. I'm at 2222, the senior, Metro Senior Apartments. And a lot of things you don't know about me. I was born in Santa Ana. My dad went to Santa Ana High School. My grandmother lived on Spurgeon Street. My great-grandmother lived on Spurgeon Street. So this is kind of back to my roots here. And I really want to thank Mayor Sarmiento for helping out for the ability to get our rent control a little better. It really helped us out. It helped me stay there longer. So just looking forward, to, seeing that you guys just keep it up and help the seniors there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Stay healthy. Thank you, everybody, for those public comments. Now we're going to move along to the consent calendar portion of the meeting. I'll go ahead and
Mayor, may I read the summary of emails for the record?
I'm sorry?
May I read the summary of emails
Yes,
for the
go
record?
ahead.
We did receive an email comment for item number 5 for the receive and file of the final parcel map. One Santa Ana resident in opposition of item. Item 12, the Delhi Center lease for a new library. One Santa Ana resident in support. Item 16, the purchase agreement with Garzny Corporation, one Santa Ana resident in opposition. Item 21, construction of residential townhouses, one Santa Ana resident in support of the construction. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and ask any members of the council if there's any items that they wish to recuse themselves from or as a result of a conflict, or if they'd like to pull any items off the consent calendar.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 12, please.
12, thank you.
I'd like to pull items 6 and 17.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Lopez.
I don't need to pull item 20, but I did want to provide comments. I will be voting no on the item. I had the opportunity to meet with a resident that lives on that block, and her and her family have just been inundated with really a personal sad situation. And so I can tell from our conversation that she was very proud of the home that she bought, all of the fixtures that she put into it, all of the renovations that she did to beautify her home. And, she did go into great detail about the situation that she has with the city. It was a very personal and emotional moment for their family. So I will not be supporting this item tonight.
Great, thank you. And that's item number 20. Any comment from Councilmember Mendoza? Councilmember, are you good with everything?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't have any items to pull. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. I'm simply going to comment on item number 21. I want to thank our planning and building staff on that. That's the development over on 1717 South Lyon. It looks like these are 51 units of for sale townhomes, and I know 8 of those are going to be affordable for low-income families, and that is a very, very good thing. So thank you. Keep up the good work. Let's have more developers that do this type of project. So with that, let me go ahead and begin with Mayor Pro Tem on item number 6.
Thank you, Mayor.
Actually, let me go ahead and ask for a motion for the balance of everything else that was pulled.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem, a second from Councilmember Peñalosa. Council members, please vote.
Mayor, we're having some difficulty with the system. Can we do a roll call? We're having some difficulty with the
Sure,
system.
go ahead. Let's go ahead and do roll call.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes, with no on 20.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa,
Yes.
Councilmember Fan,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Sarmiento.
Yes, thanks, everybody. Let's go now to item number 6. Mayor Pro Tem, that's yours.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Well, first of all, this is the item in regards to the Historic Resources Commission and their Historic Preservation Work Program. Wanted to thank the HRC for their work on this and all the recommendations. I wanted to begin with a question for staff, though, and that was in the December 6th memo to the council from the HRC, it states that there's going to be a tree preservation ordinance, quote, to be completed, end quote. Do we have a little bit more of a, or I should say less of an ambiguous timeline than to be completed?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Our goal is to look at, this is for the 22-23 fiscal year, potentially maybe, completed by the end of the calendar year as well. So that's our goal.
By the end of next calendar year?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have for you, Director Tai. Thank you. I just wanted to comment on some of the recommendations that they had brought up in their memo, working with the Santa Ana History Room in our library to create digital archives that commemorate our residents' histories. I think that's an amazing thing, and I want to thank Brian Sternberg for his work because I've steered a couple folks his way to capture some oral histories. And very fortunately, one person that passed away, we were able to capture that history within, well, gosh, a couple of weeks before their passing. So it was very timely. And Brian, I wanted to thank you for accommodating that and making that happen. I think it's a value to the city for all that history that that person was able to contribute and provide us. One other item that I appreciate from the HRC is that the idea of presenting our city's history at our parks. So in Ward 4, we have Carl Thornton Park, but there's nothing in the park that actually describes who Carl Thornton was. The fact that he was our first professional city manager and that the many years of service that he dedicated to our city. We have Lily King Park, and same thing. There's nothing there that describes Lily King's work at the Corbin Community Center at Jerome Park, or the fact that she was very involved with the NAACP or the Santa Ana Kiwanis Club. So we don't have that there. Thankfully, I'm very blessed in Ward 4, we do have 2 parks where we have outstanding examples of plaques that showcase the history of the namesakes of those parks, like Pomo Corral Park, named after Ben Pomo Corral, who is a proud military veteran who helped develop our parks in the city. And then Grissett Park, which for those of you that know our history, we've had 2 mayors that were of the Grissett clan. And interestingly enough, Grissett Park is actually named for Eugene Grissett, Dan's grandfather and Lauren's father. So my hope is that as we move forward, I think we have an outstanding opportunity coming up with Ed Carruthers Park over at Rayton Myrtle. I mean, talk about a legacy and history there. And I hope that we, as we're designing that park, we keep in mind incorporating the history into the park to make sure that future generations know the history of some of the amazing residents that we have in this city. And so that's one thing. And then one other thing I'd also like on the recommendations that the HRC made was to establish a strategy for the creation of locally designated historic districts. But in order to do that, what we also have to do is have historic resource surveys. So what I'd like to ask staff to keep in mind as we start to see the budget built for the upcoming fiscal year, 23-24, that we start to look at ways that we can fund some of those surveys, because we can talk about designating these districts, but we need to actually do the surveys. I'm sure Director Tai appreciates that plug. So since this is a receive and file item, and it was requested that the council provide direction, now you have my direction. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments. Any other comments on item number 6?
Just wanted to say fully support your comments.
Excellent. Seeing none, thank you for that. Moving along to item number 12, pulled by Councilmember Peñalosa.
Just really quick, that item 6 doesn't need a motion, correct? Okay. So, yes, item number 12 is an agreement with the Delhi Center to lease space for a new library branch. I just want to make sure to highlight this for the community listening at home and the public, and thanks staff, Director Sternberg, City Manager Ridge, for all the work that you've been doing to make this happen. 4 years ago when I came on here, there was a couple questions right after that we hired City Manager Ridge. Was we need more parks, we need more libraries, and we need to increase open space. And our library system, just 4 years ago, we had one library, and one library that was operating half the time that it should be. For a city our size and the amount of people that live in this city, that is inadequate. So I'm very excited to announce that this new library space is coming to the Delhi Community Center, over 2,000 square feet of library space for that community that's been much needed for years. That was one thing that we talked about initially. If you recall, City Manager Ridge, when I put you in my car and drove you around and pointed out all the things that I wanted to see done over the next couple of years, and that was one of them. So I'm really excited to see a much needed library space be brought to another part of town that, in an area it's much needed. And I know that there's a lot of cool things coming with the potential acquisition and expansion of the Santa Ana Armory and the Delhi Park. So this is really exciting things that are coming to us. We created our own library department, brought back the bookmobile, and expanded our library system and hours. And for the public that's listening, please, this is a reminder that our main library branch will be closing temporarily for construction. About a year, if I'm not mistaken, is that? So that is coming, and this is hopefully, there's going to be a lot of pop-up libraries, and I'm sure there'll be a nice presentation and more information on that soon from our library department. But so thank you, Director Sternberg and City Manager Ridge. I do just want to point out that in the staff report on page 1, in the discussion, in the body of the discussion, I'm pretty sure that was meant to say where it says anticipated to be complete in early 2024 with construction to begin in summer 2023. But 2024 is repeated, so there's a typo on there. I don't know if you guys could see it. I want to make sure that that's corrected for the record, and some kind of amendment is made to the agenda that's posted online so that the public's not confused or anyone else is confused when they see this. So thank you. And with that, Mayor, I will make a motion to approve item 12.
Let me go ahead and second that for you, just because I want to, sort of also mention and thank you for your comments, because the Delhi Center was part of the ward that I represented for many years, and we know that it's always been a center that has been a community center for people in that area, but really for the south part of town. And I think to the extent that it will now serve as an additional source of gathering for not just the community, but also kids and families. And libraries are really places that I think families gather in now. And so I can't tell you how excited some of the people in that part of town are, because we had spoken about this in the past. And thank you, Madam City Manager, because I know that it is going to be a temporary site as construction is happening at the main library, but we hope eventually, with some friends around the county and the state, we might be able to make it a permanent library, because that is one thing that we desperately need. We know that county libraries, funding for those need to come back to Central County. So that is something that we are very excited about. Thank you, Director Sternberg. Thank you to all the residents in the Delhi neighborhood that have been such strong advocates and vocally behind something like this. They're thrilled. So on behalf of them, I want to thank everybody up here. If there are no further comments, let me go ahead and ask the staff to go ahead and call roll.
The system seems to be working. Can you please cast your votes?
Oh, now it's working. Do we need to get Councilmember Mendoza to
Councilmember Mendoza,
verbalize?
can you please voice your vote?
My vote is yes.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Excellent, thanks. The last item on the consent calendar is item number 17, and that was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. So this item is the CityNet street outreach contract. And I wanted to say that back in July, this contract came before the council, and I had asked staff to return with a contract that went further to incentivize street exits and not just simply making contact with homeless individuals. I think for all of us in the city, we want to see results. We don't just want to see engagements. We want to see actual progress. I see Ken Gominski here. Ken, if you could approach the podium, I have one question for
Mayor
staff.
Pro Tem, we do have a presentation if you would like a presentation, or we
Oh, it's
can
okay.
simply answer questions.
I'm good, thank you. Unless my colleagues want it, I'm more than happy just to quiz Ken. Sure. All right. So in July, when the proposed contract came before us, we had a one-year goal of street exits at 850. And then looking at the current version of the contract, the one-year goal dropped down to 600 street exits. Can you explain why there's a difference?
Yes, sir, I can. When the council decided that the emphasis for CityNet should be street exits, we went back and negotiated with CityNet. In July, we said that it was going to be 850 street exits. A street exit is where an individual is taken from the street, put into some type of housing or shelter. Routinely, individuals fall back out of shelter. And so when we talk about 850 exits, we could be talking about John, who was exited in January and then went back to the streets and then was exited again in March. And so you can have duplications along the way. We wanted CityNet to really focus on those individuals we know are chronically homeless in our streets, the people that are hardest to reach. So we reduced the 850 duplicated number to 600 unduplicated street exits, meaning that once we take John off the street, he only gets counted one time. So we're in essence asking CityNet to almost redouble their efforts in focusing on street exits.
Perfect. No, I appreciate that. Thank you for that clarity. And I wanted to thank you, Ken, and city manager and staff, because when we as a council asked you to incentivize the street exits, you guys did that. So I wanted to thank you for that. But as homelessness is a concern for all of our residents, I don't feel comfortable just simply approving the contract and then sending it on its way. I think we as a council have the responsibility to our residents and our businesses to be more proactive. So as the progress is made on this contract, I think we need to be proactive in looking at the progress and monitoring it. So I'm going to move to authorize the city manager to execute the agreement with CityNet for 2023, but I would like it to return to council at the October 17th, 2023 council meeting with a progress report prior to executing any of the extensions on the contract. But before I conclude my comments, Ken, I'm fine. Thank you. You can sit down. One thing I wanted to mention, and it's very opportune since we are fortunate to have a person that's going to be on their way to the across the street very soon. One thing I wanted to ask staff to make sure to monitor for us is that one thing in talking to those on our staff that are interacting with the homeless is that the county, and I mentioned this last time when this contract was before us, the county provides Anaheim with 2 full-time psychiatric emergency and response team, or PERT, clinicians. 2 full-time. And what does Santa Ana get? 1/2 or 1 part-time. And so my hope is that as we progress in the future that we're going to see hopefully 3 or 4. And for those that don't know, the importance of those clinicians is they are out there, whether it's with CityNet, whether it's with our officers, to accurately diagnose some of the conditions of the homeless individuals that are out there. And so it's very important that we have that, or those personnel with us. So I would ask the city manager that as you come back to us with homeless updates, that be included as a component of your updates, because I think that is a critical piece that we really need when it comes to our city's effort. And obviously, hopefully the county can augment our efforts by providing those clinicians. But that is something in talking to staff that has come up on multiple occasions, and I want to make sure that we follow through with that because it's so important given the different types of homeless that we encounter. But again, I'm going to go ahead and move that we execute the agreement and have staff come back to us on October 17th of 2023 with a progress report.
Great. Thank you for that. Let me go ahead and call on Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Staff, I have a couple of questions for you. I saw that one of the goals, goal number 1, states exit homeless individuals from streets of Santa Ana. Can you let us know how many people that goal has accomplished or helped?
Over the course of the last year, ma'am?
Over the course that the city engaged with CityNet.
$1,102 street exits.
And can you also let me know per person with CityNet what is their cost?
Per person, meaning how much per street exit, how much per contact? I need more clarification.
Let's just say how much per street exit.
I do not have that number.
And I read the staff report lets us all know that we're using ARPA money, state funds. What is the long-term plan if the city wants to continue with, engaging with CityNet to supplement the one-time money that we've received?
Certainly, Councilmember Lopez, we budget at a fiscal year at a time, and when the revived dollars are spent through 2025, we would be looking for other funds should this still be a priority of the council at that time.
Okay, is there a plan in place just in case the council at that time decides not to engage?
You're talking about 3 years down the road, is the question? We would evaluate it at that time.
Okay. And can you also let me know, so I'll refrain from asking any more questions, but I did want to state for the record again that, the 1.5 person that we get from the county, that was an issue that I brought forward to this council early on this year when I found out, and it was an issue that I spoke with Supervisor Foley. I want to thank our staff actually for helping me engage in that conversation and meeting with her. I have very high hopes that we're going to have now more support from the county, and I just want to thank staff for all the work that they're doing now with CityNet and helping folks get housing. I don't think one of the things is going to ultimately result in solving this issue. There are a lot of things that need to happen all at the same time, but I do want to thank folks for all the work that they've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments or questions on this item? I believe we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Great. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Councilmember Fan. I'm just going to say on my way out, mental note. So I've got it. I heard it from both sides of the aisle. So points well taken. All right. Let's go ahead and call for the vote. And is the device working, or should we do a...
It should be working.
All right. So council members, please vote.
Councilmember Mendoza, can you please voice your vote?
Yes. My vote is yes.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Great, thank you. That brings us to the end of the consent calendar and the first item on the business calendar. That's item number 25, which is the facility use agreement with TKO, with the TKO Foundation. I'm not sure if we have a presentation or is it just?
No, Mayor, we don't have a presentation, but for a brief summary, we're looking for direction from the council on this item. We have an agreement with TKO where they do boxing programming at our Jerome Community Center, and their current agreement, instead of fixing a flat fee per hour rental, it references our miscellaneous fee schedule. The miscellaneous fee schedule that was recently adopted had an increase in it, and that fee is really intended for individuals that are using the community center for an hour for a party or 2 hours. That's not the case with TKO. They use it for multiple hours during the day for boxing. And so we are looking for direction. Staff on their own cannot waive or change fees. So we have two options before you. We can hold firm with their agreement, which then would use the higher fee of the miscellaneous fee schedule, or you can authorize me to amend their agreement and leave it at the old rate of $20 an hour.
Great. Or change that number as well.
Correct.
Great, thank you. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council. I'll start with Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the leadership at TKO, John, Raya, and Mary. Thank you both for coming in today, and thank you for the decades of service to our community. I also want to thank the members that came here and spoke earlier. In 1994, when this organization was formed in response to the trauma and violence that was happening in our community, many neighbors would have preferred to stay within the comfort and safety of their homes and not even engage with the trauma that was going on in our neighborhoods at that time. This organization decided to come together and to be a solution during a time when so many were afraid to step forward, and a time where we needed leaders. This organization came and not only opened their doors to the community, but they did it at no cost. Santa Ana is a community where athletics have created a pathway for success and for people to prosper. Santa Ana has many notable world championship athletes, one of the most influential Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioners, and one of the most influential martial artists of all time is a Santa Ana High School alumni. His name is Eduardo Cano. Many people in the martial arts world know him by Eddie Bravo. He grew up in Artesia Pilar off of Rate Street. Gilbert El Nino Melendez won 12 mixed martial arts world titles across Shuto, across World Extreme Cage Fighting, WEC, fought in Pride in front of 80,000 plus fans, and defended his Strikeforce lightweight world title on a number of occasions against the best fighters in the world. Gilbert Melendez then went over to the UFC, fought for two different world championship titles, once against Benson Henderson, once against Anthony Showtime Pettis. TKO Boxing Club has produced many world level athletes that have been competing on the national and international scales ever since these last couple of decades that they've been here. They've been able to get young men like Alexis Rocha to become one of the top welterweights and one of the toughest divisions in the sport of boxing. This young man grew up in our community and is thriving and is training in the very backyard where he accidentally found boxing. His older sibling, Ronnie Rios, challenged for a world title on 3 separate occasions and is one of the best fighters across many different weight classes. This young man is a product of the TKO boxing program. Now, I would be here for hours if I could go on and on about all the great fighters and all the great leaders to come out of this organization. What I really want to stand true today is that this organization has done so with $0 from the city of Santa Ana. Their staff is 100% volunteer, and after they get out of work, they're rushing to TKO Boxing Club to open their doors. They have more children enrolled in their TKO boxing program, which is volunteer, than I'm sure we do participants in programs at the Jerome Center. That speaks volumes. TKO has a membership and an attendance of over 60 to 70 kids daily, Monday through Friday. They have a membership, an annual membership of over 200 youth. And in the face of adversity, they have persisted. They lost a young man to a tragic drive-by shooting many years ago. His name was Isaac Gonzalez. I was a young man at the time, and I'm an avid and passionate boxing practitioner myself. And I remember this loss. This organization kept their doors open and continued to serve the community and the families through this tragedy. Through the pandemic, they provided food to their families weekly. They continue to provide food to their families 2 years as we were recovering into this pandemic. The city of Santa Ana gives them $0. And that is why it is important that we remove any barriers to this organization providing services. I would like to provide direction to staff. Do you need a motion, Madam City Manager, or do you just need direction from me?
If you're authorizing me to make an amendment to a contract, I'll need a motion.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to waive all fees for TKO boxing program so that there is $0 charged towards them utilizing the community space. They are providing a service to our residents at no cost. This is the right thing to do, and I look forward in the 2023 budget and working with them in strengthening their program. So there is a motion on the floor to waive the fee.
I would like to second that motion.
Great, thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Hernandez, a second by Councilmember Mendoza. I'll go ahead and open it up to the rest of the council for any questions or comments. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank TKO for all of the work that you do. A lot of folks my age that grew up in the city and attended some sort of boxing class with TKO, or when we had the Santa Ana boxing gym here, they have very fond memories. They often talk about all the connections they made and how going to those classes and being part of that community that they cultivated there helped them, right? And it was an alternative to gang life as well. And so what I will provide to staff, my feedback is that I am not in support of the TKO agreement being up to par with the current rate contract that we supported not too long ago. I actually kind of regret my vote on that one, but I do thank TKO Foundation for all the work that they're doing, and I would be supportive of a motion on the floor or keeping it as is. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to also thank TKO Boxing for the years of work that you've done in our community. We're completely in debt to you as a community, to all the work that you guys do. And, just thank you. I would like to make a substitute motion to approve option 2 to reduce the amount down to $20 of what the proposed 116 of what the current fee schedule is, and only because we have dozens and dozens of community organizations that are doing fantastic work in the city, and I would hate for this to now be one organization is getting a $0 flat fee across the board. We'd like the 0 too. So I would rather take a look at this during the mid-year budget and see how we could best provide funding for TKO Boxing to better, to make sure that is potentially that fee is taken care of for the year, if that's something that we could do through our CDBG funds or whatnot. But I would feel comfortable making a substitute motion to approve item number 2, which would reflect the previous rate that TKO Boxing is accustomed to of $20.
Great, thank you. We have a substitute motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any other comments? Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam City Manager, just a quick question. Was TKO eligible for any of our ARPA Revive Santa Ana funding and programs? We had so many grants and opportunities for our local nonprofits to get money from the city to provide services.
Councilmember Fan, I do believe they did receive some money, but I don't want to speak out of turn because I don't have, that spreadsheet in front of me. But I thought I recalled them on the list.
Yeah, and I think that's really fantastic, right? I think the city, we do try to create programs with whether it's the general fund or state, federal funds, to provide our local nonprofits, especially those that have been around for a very long time, to partner with the city to get funding and to continue to provide services to residents. I agree with definitely not increasing the miscellaneous fees. I do think that, at least at the time we entered into the contract, I don't think TKO was, thought that it would increase 4- or 5-fold. And so, I support Councilmember Peñalosa's approach. I think that, keeping it at $20 an hour is consistent with the party's intention when they entered into this agreement. TKO, I presume, when they entered into this agreement with the city, budgeted for $20 an hour. And I do think it is important to make it fair for all of our nonprofits that do use our facilities. And hopefully, in our mid-year budget update, or even in the full-year budget update, we can look into how we can continue to support and expand our support for nonprofits, although the R word is out there in the world. And so with that, I will be voting to support the substitute motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments. Any other comments for the council? So we have a substitute motion. Let me go ahead and speak to both motions. I think, I want to thank staff for making the effort to try to correct what appears to be something that was unintended, right? So when, and I think it's a flaw in our miscellaneous fee schedule that we didn't see that there is a distinction between those sort of static efforts, by some of the nonprofits or, static programs as opposed to one-time users of our facilities. And I think that's the distinction. I think we need to go back and probably adjust that miscellaneous fee schedule at some point and create, conditions for, or terms and provisions for programs like TKO that have been there, are going to, continue to, be working with the city at some of our facilities. I'm going to look at it a little differently. I'm going to agree with the underlying motion that was made by Councilmember Hernandez and seconded by Mendoza. I think that we should create opportunities for programs like TKO to use those facilities, because really, I think what we've tried to do is make sure that we have more programs like that help our youth. And they haven't really come to the council for funding, right? And we don't subsidize their efforts, and we subsidize other efforts. There are other things that we subsidize in the city that are valuable. This is one of those. This is one of those moments, and I think hopefully when the council looks at the mid-year review and they're looking at the miscellaneous fee schedule, they'll see that there are some programs that are worthy, and maybe there's criteria that are set up. But at this point, I am going to not support the substitute motion, but support the underlying motion, and I'll call for the question on the substitute motion. And council members, let's vote on that first, and then we'll go ahead and vote on the underlying motion.
Councilmember Mendoza, can you please voice your vote on the substitute motion?
My vote is no.
I'm sorry, can we read to the vote? There was a mistake, I'm sorry.
May I just suggest that you take a roll call vote since
Yeah,
we do have
that's easier. Let's just do that.
Councilmember Hernandez?
This, for the sub motion? No.
Councilmember Lopez?
No.
Councilmember Mendoza?
No.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
Mayor Sarmiento?
No.
Motion fails.
Great, thank
3-4.
you. Let's go ahead and call the question on the underlying motion, and we'll do a voice vote on this as well.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra,
Yes.
Mayor Sarmiento.
Yes. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for the public coming out and speaking on this item. Thank you. Let's move along to item number 26, which is the resolution on authorizing a ceremonial street naming process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. The kids, thank you, and the families, thank you. That community.
Do we have a short presentation? Director Saab, I see you coming up, so are you going to give us a presentation?
I don't have to.
Look, we're not going to argue with you if you don't. We're not going to twist. We're not going to bend your arm if you don't have to. So.
No, Mayor, we do have a brief presentation on this item.
I love it.
Is this the item we have next?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor
This-
Pro Tem, members of the City Council. I have a brief presentation for you on ceremonial street naming. Let's see. That's the wrong one.
We're on agenda item 26, right? I see. Got it.
We have a presentation for you on the ceremonial street naming for Helen Ship Way and Black History Square. Just a brief background, as you all know, we have adopted an ordinance for the ceremonial street naming on August 2nd, 2022. After the adoption of the ordinance, we developed the guidelines and criteria for the ceremonial street signs. We have now guidelines and fees and the way to petition and the requirement for City Council for the naming. In the ordinance, we also have the council can initiate a request and waive the fees and the petition requirements. We did receive a request for Helen Ship, M Ship, and Black History Square ceremonial signs to be installed along Willett Street from Fairview to Bristol, including the intersection of Rate and Willets. These are a sample of the proposed signs. We have three options for you tonight. Option one includes 7 signs along that stretch of the street on Willets. Option 2 includes 9 signs. Option 3 includes 14 signs for a total cost of $10,934. The installation and the number of signs were based on a sensitivity of over signage, optimize high visibility of the locations, and balance between the number of signs and the cost for maintenance. We were asking of you tonight is to direct staff to the preferred option. Action required or requested tonight is to adopt a resolution authorizing ceremonial street naming of Helen M. Ship along Willett Street from Fairview Street to Bristol, authorizing the ceremonial street naming of the intersection of Willett Street and Rate Street to Black History Square, and authorize the waiving of the fees. In addition, we were asking the direct staff to install certain number of signs, a certain number of ceremonial signs to be approved for the stretch of Willets Street from Fairview Street to Bristol. Selections option 1, 2, or 3. Staff does recommend option 2. That concludes my presentation, and I do have samples of these signs that have already been produced, and I'm open for any questions.
Great, let's see them. Wow.
Vanna, you're so good, right?
Is that what we call a human sign? All right, there you go.
We also have the the second
Director
sign
Scott.
His name is Hawk. He can do it.
Those are the real
Beautiful.
signs. With your approval.
Thank you, Director Saba. Thank you for that presentation. And let me go ahead and bring it back to the council. Thank you, Director Scott. You're multi-talented, man. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to start this conversation. I want to start first by thanking our city staff. I want to thank Director Nabil Saba for his leadership and his staff and for just their patience and for working with the ETAC Commission on not only creating this policy, but making sure that the community was informed throughout this process. I have the honor of joining my colleagues today and making history. This would be the first ceremonial street naming that we've had in the city of Santa Ana. And the reason why Helen M. Shipp is so important for us to commemorate and for us to have the intersection of Raitt and Willits be declared Black History Square, we have to go back to the civil rights era of the 1960s. Miss Helen Shipp, not only, what did she end up raising her young siblings by the age of 18, she also became a parent and raised her siblings along with her children. In fact, the first Black History Parade that ever happened in Orange County happened here in the city of Santa Ana, and it was founded by a Santa Ana resident, Helen M. Shipp. Santa Ana Black history, Orange County Black history, started on Raitt and Willits at a time where our community was segregated. It was residents like our Miss Helen M. Shipp who fought to make sure that not only were Black people included in the city of Santa Ana, but she included every other group of residents that lived beside her. Residents like Dorothy Mulkey, who is recognized for her role in a landmark civil rights ruling, which resulted in the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Prop 14, which meant that landlords in the 1960s could no longer refuse to rent to people because of their skin, their color, their religion, or their ethnicity. That woman, Dorothy Mulkey, is from the city of Santa Ana and attended Second Baptist Church. Ed Carruthers was a Santa Ana Olympian who grew up in the city of Santa Ana. We have a number of historic Black leaders who grew up in what was formerly known as the Little Texas neighborhood that starts off of Raitt and Willits. The Black Panthers headquarters, which had a breakfast program, was off of Raitt and Willits. And the first Black History Parade that happened was Helen Shipp with her children off of Raitt and Willits. And so I urge my colleagues on the council to support this historic street naming and to move forward with option 3, which maximizes the visibility, the stories, and the contributions of African American families in our city of Santa Ana. And most notably, it pays homage and respect to families and matriarchs like Helen M. Shipp and the Black history that will continue to happen in the city of Santa Ana. With that being said, my motion is to move forward with option 3.
Great, thank you for that. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council. There is a motion on the floor. Let me bring it back for some additional discussion. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for bringing this forward. I didn't know who Helen Shipp was, and I'm really glad to have learned about her and her legacy. Staff, I just had a quick question. It's sort of tangential, so Mr. City Attorney, stop me. But so for these honorary street namings and whatnot, do we have anywhere on our website that kind of talks about all these historic figures that we are honoring? I think it would be, because, if I see Helen Shipp, for example, I didn't know who Lily King was. I didn't know who Mr. Thornton was, all of these different things. And there are all these incredible historic figures in our city that I think would be really wonderful for our community. Maybe the Historic Resources Commission can look into it and really establish a landing page or something on our website to educate our residents about all of these wonderful historic figures. And with that, I am happy to support the item. And, I look forward to learning more about her. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Great suggestion, by the way, by having that on. It's funny, I've seen some places where they have QR codes and you can just, get like a whole informational thing. Not that I know how to work that, but I've heard it works. Any other comments from the council? So we have a motion and a second. Is there any comments from Councilmember Mendoza or anybody else? All right. Hearing.
A point of clarification, Mayor.
Yes.
I just want to, and because I don't want residents to leave here thinking of that something else took place, but these are honorary street name toppers, right? Because I heard one of, and thank you to the Ship family, by the way, for all your work and years of leadership in the city, and your mother as well. But it's not the street name that's getting changed, correct?
You're correct, Councilmember
okay.
Penaloza. It's an honorary street topper. The street names do not legally change.
Okay, so just wanted to point that out so that the residents on Willits could make sure that they know that their address would stay the same, but this would just pay homage to Miss Ship. So thank you. Thank you for that.
They won't have to change their stationery.
Yeah.
There you go, or their address. All right. Okay, hearing and seeing no other comments, we'll go ahead and call the question. This is for the motion with with option number 3. And that's what we're looking for. So let's go ahead.
Councilmember Mendoza, can you please voice your vote?
Do you want us to vote by device, or do you want us to do a voice vote? All right. Those of us here, I guess, can vote by device.
Councilmember Mendoza, are you there? Can you please voice your vote? Okay. Motion passes 6-0 with Councilmember Mendoza absent.
Great. Thank you. That ends the business calendar portion of the meeting. Now it takes us to the public hearing portion. So before I begin with item number 27, I'm going to go ahead and call on the clerk to see if there's any members of the public that are online that wish to address the City Council.
Members of the public joining by way of Zoom or conference call and would like to make comment only on item number 27. Please dial *9 from your phone or raise hand from Zoom now.
Great. So this is a time and place for a public hearing on a resolution and ordinance adopted to update the California International Building and Fire Codes with local conditions and requisite findings. I'm going to go ahead and call on staff to see if there's a presentation on this item.
Honorable Mayor and Council, we do have a brief presentation. However, this item is merely to have our municipal code in compliance with the new updated International Building and Fire Codes. We do have staff from the Planning and Building, and we also have staff from OCFA if there's any questions. But it's your pleasure whether you want the presentation.
I think we can go ahead and if you're all on call, if anybody has a question from the council, you can be ready to go ahead and address it. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing and see if there are any members of the public that wish to address us on this item.
We do not have any speakers.
Great, and I haven't received anything from anybody here in person, so I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there are any questions or comments on this item.
Mayor, I would just happily make a motion if you're ready for that.
Yes.
To approve item 27.
Seeing no questions or comments, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to go ahead and entertain the motion from Councilmember Peñalosa and see if there's a second.
I'll second.
Great. We have a second from Councilmember Fan. If everybody's ready, council members, please vote. And if staff, do you want us to vote by device or do you want a voice vote?
The device is ready.
Let's do device for both for all of us here, and then Councilmember Mendoza can voice her vote.
Councilmember Mendoza, can you please voice your vote?
Yes.
I just want to make a comment that I am excited for some of the environmentally friendly changes and updates to the building code. The requirement for electric vehicle charging for development projects of 20 units or more, as well as requiring spaces for electric heat pump water heaters, which we just installed in our own home. There will be likely federal rebates to help residents, get those, but I'm really excited. The city is trying to support environmentally friendly changes, and I'm glad the state's doing it for us.
Motion passes 5-0 with council members Hernandez and Mayor Pro Tem Becerra absent.
Great, thank you, and thank you for those comments, Councilmember Fan. That moves us to item number 28, which is another public hearing on an urgency ordinance regarding the compliance with state ADU law. And I'll ask staff if there is a presentation on this item.
Yes, Mayor, we do have a presentation on this item. It is an urgency ordinance related to a state code that's going into effect January. So would you like the presentation?
I think we're unless, would you like a presentation on this?
I was going to suggest, Mayor, because of how many questions arise from the community on ADUs, I think it's important that we have it.
Director Tai, you want to go ahead and do a quick presentation?
Mayor, may I ask if there are any speakers on Zoom? We do have 2 attendees. I just want to confirm that we don't have anybody for this item. Members of the public joining by way of Zoom or conference call and would like to make a comment only on public hearing item number 28, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now.
Great. We'll go ahead and now have Director Tai give us a presentation on this item.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Present tonight before you is an urgency ordinance to adopt regulations pertaining to accessory dwelling units in order for the city to comply with new state housing laws that were signed by the governor on September 28th of this year. ADU and JDU laws have been in existence since 2003 when the city first adopted its granny flat ordinance in response to state housing requirements. Over the past 2 decades, there have been a series of changes at the state law level, and at every time there's a requirement of the changes, the city has been responsive to making those changes reflecting state law. The current sets of changes was prompted by the enactment of AB 2221 and SB 897 that was signed into law this year by the governor on September 28th. With that time frame, it doesn't allow the city and city staff a lot of time to be able to react to those, and hence we needed to request for an urgency ordinance if we were to be in effect by January 1st. If we don't adopt the ordinance tonight by a 2/3 vote, we will have an ordinance that's actually out of compliance with state law. So what is an ADU? An ADU can be an attached or detached unit. That is a secondary dwelling unit that has complete independent living facilities for 1 or more persons. And you can see on the illustration there are various configurations where you can have it attached, detached, attached conversion, or detached conversion of existing units. There's also a JADU, and what distinct a junior JADU from an ADU is that the JADU is contained within the existing dwelling units. It also has an exterior access, but may also have an interior access because it may share facilities with the primary dwelling. The key legislative changes with the Assembly Bill 2221 and Senate Bill 897 are to require interior doors between JADU and the primary dwelling when sharing a bathroom. It also allows for conversion of non-habitable space like attic or attached garage. An ADU, for the first time, may also encroach into the front yard setback, as well as the maximum height of an ADU has been increased to 20 feet for a detached ADU, and the height can match the existing building if it's attached to the existing primary dwelling, or 25 feet, whichever is greater. The mandatory parking exemption for ADU that currently exists now, the law specifies that The exemption will also have to apply to newly constructed ADU when it's developed with a new housing units. In the past, this has not been the case, but the law has been changed. Other changes include the inability of the city to deny a permit for an ADU when the deficiencies are found to be related to the building and zoning codes that do not have a health and safety related impact. And this would apply moving forward for units that are built between, actually retrospective to 2020 and up to 2025. The ordinance responding to the changes will also be streamlining the plan review and demolition permit process to facilitate the construction of ADUs. In addition to meeting the various state law changes pertaining to JADUs and ADUs, relating to connectivity, non-habitable space, setback, height limits, and parking, the ordinance includes clarifying edits allowing for one ADU on a lot developed with multiple single detached dwellings, to allow by right or conversion of the conversion or new construction of 2 ADUs on a lot developed with multifamily buildings. It also addresses the size limit on attached ADU to 50% of the existing units. However, the law states that the maximum actually floor is 800 square feet, and the maximum cap will remain the same as 1,000 square feet. So essentially, you can build a ADU between 8 to 1,000 square feet in the city. 800 square feet to 1,000 square feet. The setback requirements for expansions of ADUs above 150 square feet are now a part of our development guidelines as well. The proposed amendments are needed to comply with state law pertaining to ADUs and JADUs. Again, if not adopted by 2/3 vote, the city's local regulation governing the development of ADUs will become null and void on January 1st, 2023, therefore posing a threat to the orderly development of ADUs and JADUs in the city and potentially work as an adverse impact on existing neighborhoods, as well as negatively impacting property values, personal privacy, and fire and safety. The adoptions of these regulations are exempt from CEQA requirements based on state regulations. Staff's recommendation for the City Council is to approve zoning ordinance 2022-06 and adopt an urgency ordinance by 2/3 vote to amend the Article 2 Use District of Chapter 41 of the Santa Municipal Code related to accessory dwelling units and find that the adoption is exempt from CEQA. That concludes staff's report. I'll be asking you to answer any questions.
Great, thank you for that presentation. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing and ask if there are any members of the council that are, or excuse me, any members of the public that are here physically or any members of the public online.
No, we do not.
Great. Let me go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to the City Council to see if there's any questions or comments on the item. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, Min, thank you for all your work on this, and thank you for being so nimble to react to what is sadly become typical of the state, which is, you know, let's take the valedictorian and the guy that tried to set fire to the gym, and we'll punish them all equally. It's ridiculous. Every time the city of Santa Ana has been leading the way in housing construction and affordable housing construction as well, and yet the state sees us the same way that they see certain other, I'll say it, Orange County cities, who actually downzone. They downzone properties. They are actually prohibiting or severely limiting housing construction. And then we get these ABs and SBs that come in and say, yeah, we don't care, Santa Ana, that you've already complied with everything that we've asked. We're still gonna make you redo the whole thing again. We're gonna literally cancel it. We're gonna just scratch it off your books, and you're gonna have to react. So I, again, want to applaud staff for being able to jump in and do the work that you've done, because without it, all the work that you and your staff have been doing for the past couple of years, reacting to the same complaints about ADUs, all of a sudden we would shake the Etch-a-Sketch and it would all go away. That's absolutely ridiculous. So I just want to say I'll be supporting this. And again, thank you, Min and Christine, and all your staff's work on this.
Mayor Pro Tem, is that a motion? Anybody want to move the item?
I'll move the item.
Councilmember Fan and then Councilmember Hernandez.
Oh, I was going to move the item, or I can second.
I'll second.
Okay. Yeah, so I do agree with our Mayor Pro Tem that unfortunately the state does have a lot of mandates. And ultimately, housing is not just a Santa Ana issue, right? It's a countywide issue, it's a statewide issue, and it's actually a national issue. And we're forced to do this because our neighbors are not doing their part to provide housing for all of our residents. And so we're stuck in this bad place, but I wanted to just remind the public that this is mandatory. We don't get to say no. And so I get a lot of calls from the public or emails of folks saying, well, my neighbor has a home or like a room in their garage. Well, it's because, if they got a permit for it, we had to approve it. And so the best that we can do is, alert code enforcement if necessary for them to check on it. But ultimately, I'm going to be supportive of anything that provides housing for our residents. I think many of you know that I lived in this country. My first home was sleeping in a garage, and it wasn't an ADU, right? So many folks in our community live in, garages and living rooms and, sharing bedrooms. And hopefully, with these programs that make it cheaper for homeowners to upgrade, to create ADUs, we can allow for a better living situation, especially because many of us have extended families. I know that as my mom gets older, she's 71, but when she gets older, she's gonna live with us. And an ADU or granny flat is gonna be one of the things that we will hopefully look into to give her that independence while making sure she's close to family. So I will be supporting this item. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Let me go ahead and see if there's any other questions or comments from the council. We have a motion and a second. Council members, please vote.
We need Councilmember Hernandez for the vote.
Right, because we need a 2/3, right? So can somebody go track him down? He's probably in the hallway. I saw him stealing the last cookie back there.
Do you need my vote?
Yes, please.
Yes,
And I am affirmative, that's a yes.
thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hernandez, if you could vote on the motion.
Yes.
Motion passes by unanimous consent.
Great, thank you, everybody. Moving along to our last public hearing item, that is item number 29. I'm going to ask the clerk if there's anybody that would like to address us online.
Members of the public joining us by way of Zoom or conference call and would like to make comment only on public hearing item number 29, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now. No, we do not, Mayor.
Great, thank you. So this item is on the zoning ordinance amendment to establish permit requirements and standards for the development of outdoor dining areas and the operation of mobile food trucks on private properties. I'm going to ask staff if there's a presentation on this item.
Mayor, we do have a presentation for this item.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. The action before you tonight, this is an item that we actually do want, is zoning ordinance amendment number 2022-04 pertaining to outdoor dining, as well as ordinance 2022-05 pertaining to mobile food trucks. The proposed action is to expand outdoor dining opportunities and to permit mobile food trucks on commercial properties citywide. Responding to the COVID-19 closure and health mandates, the city manager issued Executive Order 5/2022 in May of 2020, allowing eating establishment to temporarily use public and private sidewalks and parking spaces and available open space areas for outdoor dining. The guidelines developed for the Take It Outside program facilitated a safer business environment for our community and kept our economy active. In December of 2020, the city also received a $500 grant from the County Board of Supervisors to provide direct assistance to local restaurants along 1st and 17th Street. The city employed this fund to create a high-quality design template and a streamlined permitting process, and directly assisted participating restaurants with construction and installation of the outdoor dining improvements, which your 22 establishment along 17th and 1st. As a part of that, we also were able to take the process that we developed and the plans that we developed and provide as a template for potentially looking at a implementation for future application, so that we have a high-quality design and a streamlined process to follow. The positive community response to the outdoor dining program prompted the City Council in May of this year to direct staff to prepare and present permanent regulations for expanding outdoor dining opportunities for existing restaurants, as well as licensed mobile food vending vehicles citywide. The regulations, I want to be clear, are not for permitting food stands in public sidewalks or private properties. First, I will highlight the outdoor dining ordinance, and I will follow that with the mobile food truck vending ordinance. The outdoor dining ordinance will achieve the goal of establishing a streamlined administrative review process, as well as minimizing disruptions to surrounding uses and improvements by implementing the best practices in design, operational and maintenance standards developed and refined through our experience with the Take It Outside program. Critical to the program's success includes the ability to minimize impacts and disruption by having flexible parking requirements to address the existing development conditions, an administrative enforcement process to quickly respond to immediately address the potential impact, including temporary suspension or terminations of the license activity. We believe that these components will significantly help to create the success with the implementation of our program and reduce and minimize impacts. This is an example of potential outdoor dining areas that can be conducted either within a limited number of parking spaces in the existing parking lot, in outdoors and landscape areas where there is available space, and also potentially allowing for some level of encroachment into outdoor yard setback that would minimize impact to landscape impacts. Continuing on to the mobile food truck ordinance, beginning in September of 2017, the council approved an ordinance establishing and permitting food vending vehicles, licensed food vending vehicles to operate on non-arterial street and responsive to the state requirements. Staff completed a survey in 2018 whereby we documented approximately 200 food vending vehicles operating in the cities, as well as their locations. Responsive to the COVID mandates in June of 2020, the City Council approved Resolution Number 2020-055, allowing for mobile food trucks vending to temporarily operate on commercial properties. Similar to the outdoor dining program, the City Council also directed staff to bring forth permanent regulations to permit mobile food trucks also to operate on commercial properties citywide. The key regulatory feature of the ordinance include a clear and predictable streamlined application and permitting process, allowing for mobile food trucks to operate on improved properties within commercial corridors, and incentivizing the relocation of mobile food vending truck from existing local streets, which are primarily in residential areas, to be onto private commercial properties and on major arterials where they can accommodate the activities as well as higher level of visibility. Under the ordinance, mobile food trucks cannot be on a vacant lot or properties used as a parking lot or a gas service station, and cannot be located within 300 feet of an existing eating establishment. The minimum qualifying lot size for locating a food truck is 10,000 square feet of lot area with a ratio of 10,000 square feet per truck, with a maximum cap of up to 3 trucks to create a food pod regardless of the size of the lot. The key operational standards include the limitation of operating hours when it's located in proximity to residential uses, allow an outdoor seating area not to exceed 350 square feet. It would prohibit the activities from operating on property zoned or used strictly for residential purposes, require unisex restroom within 50 feet of the vending location, prohibits the generation and prohibit the use of generators, and require the direct connection of an electrical source. Again, critical to the program's success is the ability to minimize impact and disruption by having flexible requirements and to address the existing development conditions, and also to be able to quickly respond to nuisance and complaints with immediate actions that are deliberate and succinct, such as suspending or revoking and terminating license activities. This is a map showing where potential location can be located on commercial corridors that are considered major arterial streets. There are different types of major arterial streets that are of various size and speed. They're principal, major, primary, and secondary, and you can see their locations throughout the city. This is an example, again, of how a mobile food truck or food trucks, also known as a food pod, can potentially operate on a private property. The adoption of the regulations is exempt from CEQA, and we are advising that the council adopt a CEQA determination for section 15061B3. The recommended action tonight is for the council to find and determine that each adoption of these ordinances is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, adopt an ordinance to permit outdoor dining areas on existing commercial development, and adopt an ordinance to permit the operation of mobile food trucks on commercial properties. That concludes staff's report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Let me go ahead and open up the public hearing, and I do believe we have one member of the public that wishes to address us in person. Madam Clerk, anybody else sign up online to address us?
No, we don't have any participants
Okay.
online.
Seeing that, let me go ahead and call on Roberto Guzman to come and address us. Roberto, por favor.
Buenas noches a todos los miembros del concilio. Buenas noches, señor alcalde. Los miembros de OC Business Association somos dueños de negocios, food trucks y restaurantes de la ciudad de Santa Ana. Y pensamos que este tipo de acciones nos van a ayudar a los negocios para poder sobrevivir y poder seguir llegando nuestra comida a la casa. Tenemos un grupo de 200 miembros en los cuales hemos estado trabajando junto con el Health Department, Code Enforcement y con ustedes aquí en la ciudad, y todos están muy complacidos con esta situación. Tenemos algunas dudas, por supuesto, pero ya nos las han ido clarificando poco a poco las gentes que se han encargado de esto. Entonces, esta situación creo que nos va a poder ayudar a poder llevar una mejor actividad, estar más completos en cuanto que vamos a tener más oportunidad de trabajar sin perjudicar a los restaurantes que también que también tienen sus problemas, ¿verdad? Entonces nosotros somos dueños de restaurantes y son dueños de food trucks. Entonces agradecemos todo esto. Queremos agradecer también al señor Mintai, que ha estado apoyándonos con toda esta situación, al señor Álvaro Núñez, que ha estado trabajando para tratar de regularizar a todos los dueños de taco stands, que son los problemas que estamos trabajando, y que esto nos podría poner en una mejor situación para competir con las situaciones, con los dueños de negocios taco stands que están surgiendo. Entonces, nosotros sí apoyamos esta ordenanza. Okay.
Gracias, Roberto. Le
Muchas
pusiste
gracias.
bien nervioso al director Tai. No te preocupes.
Thank you. Thank you. Y gracias, por apoyarnos en toda esta situación. Okay.
Gracias.
Good evening to all. Good evening, City Council members. Good evening, Mayor. The Orange County Business Association, we represent the food trucks and restaurants in Santa Ana. And we think that we're going to be helped. And this action is going to help our businesses to survive and to bring food home. And we are comprised of about 200 members. And we are working already with the health department, with the code enforcement, with you, with the city, and I think we are happy with this. Of course, we have our questions, we have our doubts, but you guys have been helping us to resolve these. We believe that this is going to help us to work better, and this is going to give us more opportunities to work without affecting the restaurants themselves, because they have their own issues. And we are food trucks and they are restaurants. And we want to thank you. We want to thank Director Min Tai, because he has been helping us. And Alvaro Nunez, he has been trying to update and deal with the taco stands. We are competing with the taco stands, and that's a separate issue. But we support this ordinance. So thank you for your support.
Great, thank you. And with that, seeing no other members of the public online or in person that wish to address the council, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. I'm going to call upon myself just very briefly to make some opening remarks and to thank staff for bringing this before us. You know, who said that the pandemic wouldn't bring about some good things, right? I think all of us had to adjust, had to make some changes and adapt, and I think, you know, outdoor dining was one of them. Having food trucks provide, our residents and, members of the public with access to outdoor accessibility to food, I think was really important. So we saw that some things are going to remain, virtual meetings, outdoor dining, all these things that I think, we had to do to just survive now are going to be enhancements to some of our businesses, and now they've gotten used to that. So I want to thank, our Director of Planning, Director Tai. I was saying that you got nervous when he mentioned your name in Spanish, because you didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, but it was a good thing. And I want to thank Alvaro as well for his efforts. And just so you know a little bit of background, Roberto Guzman and a lot of his fellow food truck vendors have been advocating very strongly, both with the city and the county and their state representatives, our state representatives, to address an issue that all of us have probably seen, which are unpermitted these taco stand pop-ups that are operating without any licensing, are causing nuisances in the public right-of-way, and are really impacting brick and mortar restaurants as well as some of our licensed food truck vendors. So they've been very, very assertive, and I think they've been asking the right questions. So there's been a long-term solution that I know our staff and the county staff has been working on with having visits to some of these unpermitted food pop-ups, these stands, and there's been some impact, and there's been some work that's been done. There's been improvement, but in the long run, they're also looking at doing advocacy to change some of the state laws that have left loopholes for folks to be able to do this. And these businesses that are popping up throughout the city is really not just Santa Ana, but throughout the county. A lot of them aren't mom and pop or small vendors. These are enterprises and corporations that send out their their teams of employees to open up throughout the county, and that really wasn't what the law was intended to do. It was intended to help folks who wanted to provide food in a legal, permitted way. And unfortunately, some have decided, especially some from LA County, which is primarily where they emanate from, have decided to come into cities like ours. And so I certainly thank the merchants. I thank our staff. I thank the county staff that have all kind of gotten together and tried to offset a lot of the impact that we've seen. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to any questions or comments by the council. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank staff for your work on these two ordinances before us. I would agree that the pandemic, if there was to be something that you can look at and say, well, what positive came out of this? besides COVID tests, would be the actual outdoor dining aspect, right? The idea that, it's sad that it took something so traumatic to get us out into our natural environment and enjoy what we're so blessed with here in Orange County and Southern California. My first inclination, to be very honest with you, was not to support the mobile food truck component. But again, I want to thank staff for what you've incorporated into this ordinance, because first and foremost, I'm going to hands down every day stand up more for our brick and mortar businesses because they've made the commitment. A mobile truck can move. A mobile truck can go somewhere else. If something's going down, they can just move somewhere else. When you look at what was happening in downtown, the businesses that were impacted, they couldn't just pick up and move. They were grounded where they were committed to where they were, and still are. But I appreciate what I'm reading in this ordinance as far as some of the operational standards, some of the separation requirements. And one of the beauties of our city is that we are, in many aspects, a very walkable city. And so a lot of folks that don't necessarily drive to the stores, that they want to walk to somewhere where they can get food. I think that the way that you've addressed it in this ordinance allows for these trucks to serve those deserts, those areas where you don't have a brick and mortar option. So I appreciate the way that this is written. It allows for those trucks to fill in those gaps, and also the operational standards that you have. I think for those that are concerned about trash, bathrooms, and some of the other concerns that we typically would hear about some of the food trucks, not all, but some, I think you've addressed that in this ordinance. So again, I would be very upfront in saying I was reluctant at first, but I will definitely be supportive. But I do have one question or clarification, if you would, Director Tai, and that is in your proposed section 41-2304, when we talk about the zone requirements, I have no concerns over the zones that you've laid out, which are the mixed use, professional, commercial, and industrial. But then you get to the SDs and SPs, the specific developments and specific plan areas. We know that those don't always necessarily veer towards one type of zoning. In other words, not all SDs are industrial, not all SDs are commercial. So you say all specific development and specific plan areas that have similar zones. As someone that deals with land use, I find that confusing. And so my ask of you would be, when this comes back for a second read, that particular language that have similar zones is further clarified to reflect that what you're saying is that within those specific development, specific plan areas, perhaps it's that have similar uses or land that's, I'll let you figure
Understood.
that out. Okay,
I got
perfect. But other than that, again, just to heap the praise on you. Thank you for putting this together. This is a lot of work. Thank you, Alvaro, for your work. I know you do a lot of work with food trucks, and when my constituents have had concerns about food trucks, you've been on the ball out there and helping mitigate some of those concerns. So thank you for that. Those are my comments, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions from the council? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second, Mayor.
Great, we have a motion by Councilmember Fan, a second by Councilmember Peñalosa. Council members, please vote.
Councilmember Mendoza, can you please voice your vote? Councilmember Mendoza, are you there?
You just need a simple majority on this, right?
Correct.
I just recommend a roll call vote again, since we do have someone participating virtually.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez? Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
There she is.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Becerra?
Yes.
And Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes. Thank you, everybody. That brings us to the last item, which is the council member requested item, and I believe that's Councilmember Lopez, and she stepped away. So should we go track her down? Yeah. Why don't we go ahead and go to the city manager? She can go ahead and make her comments, and when she's done, we can go back to Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few items. I know Councilmember Penaloza touched upon it, but I want to elaborate more on the extended hours at our main library. So Monday through Thursday, the library is adding 8 additional hours every week. The expanded service schedule will provide both morning and evening hours for children, teens, and adults of all ages, allowing greater flexibility to visit and enjoy the local public library. So the new hours is the main library is open Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., New Hope Library, Monday and Wednesday, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday, Thursday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And this is going to be a very, very busy month. I'm really excited to announce we're hosting our 2nd annual Winter Village for the community to enjoy, beginning a soft opening on December 8th, running through January 8th. And the ice rink will be open from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Our big grand opening celebration occurs on Saturday, December 10th, with live entertainment at 3 o'clock from the Anaheim Duck Street Team, Power Players, and of course, the mascot Wild Wing. There will be a tree lighting ceremony at 5 p.m. and an ice skating performance at 5:30. Just a reminder that tickets need to be purchased online if you're going to get out there on the ice. So for full details, you can visit the city's website. And finally, I want to announce that we have fully transitioned to a new security company, and we're with Lion Security, and there has been greater integration with the security firm and our My Santa Ana app. The guards are not only using it, but we also are adding an additional feature to the My Santa Ana app that is for security requests when you're within one of our city parks. This feature will assign security requests directly to Lion Security for faster response, and we will soon be launching a campaign via social media to inform the public of this new feature of our My Santa Ana app. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Let me go ahead and now call on Councilmember Lopez on her item number 30, which is a council requested item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. And the language presented to the community and to staff is pretty broad, but the intent behind it is to increase funding sources due to all of the impacts that we are seeing by the vacant structures, the vacant lots in our city that have, some of them have been here for years and years and years and years, and they haven't really been addressed in my personal opinion, and they are causing vacant buildings to have multiple fires, repeated calls for service. They are reducing the property values. It's a lack of sales tax for the city. One particular example in my district is the vacant empty building off of 17th and Grand. When we meet with residents and code enforcement staff, will tell you this is factual. They always want to know what is going on here, what is going on with the building. We do our best to reach out to property owners that live in Texas, that live, in other parts of the state. Some of them are not responding, being responsive to us. And so we need to look at how we can ask the residents, hopefully in 2024, to approve some sort of parcel tax or vacancy tax, so that we can, encourage folks to do something with their vacant lots and their vacant buildings here in the city of Santa Ana. The city of San Antonio has done something similar. Other jurisdictions have looked at, how to ensure that these vacant lots and vacant buildings are not becoming an issue for the staff, an issue for the surrounding communities. And again, some of these have been here for 10 years, right? That were purchased with a goal, but we never saw those developments come to fruition. And it's time now that we do something on our end to help those folks move along the process. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council for any questions or comments.
Just wanted to offer
Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to offer my support to the item, and that concludes my comment.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I know this is not what we're supposed to do, but I think it'll help us on this discussion. So about a year or so ago, we had before the council back, not a year, probably 2 or 3 years ago, we had an item that I championed to come forward that kind of further tightened some of the issues regarding vacant properties. And as Councilmember Lopez said, she's absolutely correct. We, have these vacant properties that are standing there, and then as we saw, we lost a treasure in downtown, this over a century-old church that burned down because you had a negligent property owner that just left it, practically abandoned, frankly. And so it was overrun by homeless, and obviously a very large and dramatic fire took place. So we as a council had, and thanks to staff, had brought forth some changes to our code that I believe created a registry, right? And so that allowed for making these property owners with vacant properties have to pay into a registry, and then that was supposed to go towards, I believe, I don't want to say enforcement, but policing of the properties. I don't want to use the term policing, that I know is more code enforcement oriented.
You're correct, Mayor Pro Tem. So there is a requirement for vacant land and vacant structures to register with the city, and there is a fee associated with that registry. And we have over 300 of those active on our registry, and code enforcement will tell you it has helped address property maintenance issues.
Well, for what Councilmember Lopez is bringing up, though, I would, as much as I want to say, well, we did it, we're done, we adopted the ordinance, everything's solved, obviously that's not the case. The ordinance has helped, but obviously we need to do more because we do have these properties throughout the city that are nuisance. And as Councilmember Lopez mentioned, we have these absentee property owners out of state in many cases that sometimes don't even know they have a property in Santa Ana, and obviously when you look at the condition of the property, it shows. So I support the concept of what's being discussed tonight, in that we further tighten what we have on the books. I believe that if we were to try to enact a tax, that would be something we'd have to go to the voters. So I believe that's why we went down the path of the registry fee. But whether we can increase that fee, especially for those properties that continue to be a persistent nuisance, perhaps we can increase that fee, have maybe a progressive increase for those properties. And then I would also like to know from staff, as part of this exercise, for you to come back with where that ordinance that we're discussing now has had its successes, and then where we need to improve upon it. Because again, while at the time it was a great response to that fire of that church, the reality is it's made some progress, but there's a lot more to be done. And so thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for bringing this forward. And I'm looking forward to seeing what staff will bring back as far as ways that we can further address these issues.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments from the council? Councilmember Fan?
Yep, just supportive. I look forward to seeing what we come up with. But I do also want to urge staff to bring back the policy to do the one-pager. It would help me wrap my head around some of these items. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions from the council? Seeing none, I'm supportive as well, even though I'm very confident that this council will evaluate what is brought back by staff. So seeing no other questions or comments, we'll go on to council member closing comments, and I'll begin with Council Member Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A very somber closing comment, because today is your last meeting with us here at the Santa Ana City Council, and I just wanted to thank you and tell you that it has been an honor serving alongside you. You have led this council with such grace and poise. You really set the tone for what Santa Ana's leadership is about, and I just want to personally say thank you. And I know residents in my ward are very thankful for your leadership. You have been a great leader to learn from, and it has been an honor to serve with you. I just also wanted to thank our residents for joining us at today's council meeting. December is a time of giving. This holiday, no matter what religion you are or what it is that you celebrate, this is a time of giving back. So my office is committed to be as active as we could during the month of December. And on Saturday, December 10th, I have the joy of joining a local nonprofit organization, the 1901 Project, and they're donating over 1,000 toys to members of the Santa Ana community. All are welcome to come. You don't have to live in Ward 5. It's first come, first serve. There will be an ornament making activity as well. So if you bring your little ones, they can make ornaments. December 15th, there will be a toy drive concert at La Santa, headlined by Kid Frost. Your entrance is you bring a toy. There will also, on December 17th, be a Gary Templeton Senior Luncheon. Gary Templeton was an MLB player who grew up in Santa Ana, and with Helen Shipp, they used to host a Christmas dinner for seniors. My office is working with the Orange County Heritage Council. We're bringing it back for the first time, and it will be at the Southwest Community Center at 1601 West 2nd Street. And then December 21st, my office will host our annual toy giveaway at La Placita Cinco, and we will be providing free community resources, free toys, and champurrado and tamales, courtesy of Suavecito Pomade. So I'm very much looking forward to celebrating the holidays with you all. Have a great night.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you for those kind words. Let me go ahead and go to Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. This was a very lengthy agenda, and it's 8:50 p.m., so congratulations to everyone. Good job. I also hope everyone had a great holiday. I want to encourage everyone to visit the different neighborhoods, particularly in Ward 3, that are bringing so much joy and cheer to the neighbors and to the ward. I know that folks decorate their homes out of pride and love, and so I just want to thank everyone that has lit up the neighborhoods. In addition, on Friday, December 10th, John Muir is going to be having a family movie night. So Portola Park and residents of Meredith Wood neighborhood are going to possibly see a little bit of a traffic flow in the neighborhood, but I am working with SAUSD to have traffic officers out there. We are also talking about creating a calendar for the neighborhoods that live across a school so that they have a heads up as to when they can expect events. And lastly, I really just want to take this opportunity to thank Mayor Supervisor-elect Sarmiento for your professionalism. I have been very fortunate to have had the opportunity to serve alongside you, a highly respected, accomplished, not just legal practitioner, but a public servant who has offered invaluable insight to me as a 2-year council member. And I think your dedication to our community and fighting and helping us fight for equity and accountability has been very, very critical and has not gone unnoticed by our community. I think a lot of us, especially folks that have been involved in advocacy or activism in the city of Santa Ana for a long time, we were wondering what, new leadership in Santa Ana was going to bring in 2020. And we just want to thank you for your bold leadership and for standing tall. And, particularly with me as a young woman in politics, I know that you have been a good friend when a lot of violent rhetoric has been thrown my way, not just by the public, but in closed sessions or on this dais. And so I want to thank you for your professionalism again and your friendship. And there are a lot of big policies that folks told us could never happen in the city, and we have accomplished them. And I want to thank you for leading this council, for treating our staff with respect, for treating the women of this chamber with respect, and for being a mayor who has been present, who has been humble, and for helping to put people first in the city of Santa Ana. So thank you. And as we all prepare to welcome new colleagues, I hope that they both will emulate your leadership. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you so much for those comments and kind words, Councilmember Lopez. Councilmember Nelida Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I would like to congratulate you on your upcoming new position. Thank you for the years of guidance. And I know this is not the end, but the beginning of many more collaborations. So anything that I can do as a private citizen, please feel free and to call on me. And I would like to congratulate my colleagues who are coming back on the the council and also the new council, and congratulations to our first female mayor who will be coming in next week. And I would like to emphasize and thank the city staff for 2 years of incredible service and wonderful support. And to everyone, enjoy the holidays, be safe, and looking forward to many more years of service. We're here with the beautiful city of Santa Ana. Good night, everyone, and thank you for all that you do for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Peñalosa.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Good evening, everybody. Just wanted to mention that pursuant to AB 1234, I know it's not mentioned on tonight's agenda because it happened yesterday. Probably will be mentioned on the next agenda, but the city of Santa Ana paid for my travel yesterday to travel to Sacramento, and I spent the entire day at our state capitol and witnessed our new assembly member and state senator, Thomas Umberg, and assembly member Avelino Valencia get sworn in, and had many discussions with our state representatives of all the cool things we're going to do over the next couple of years and resources that we're going to bring to our city. So just wanted to highlight that, and that we do have a new assembly member. For those familiar, Assemblymember Tom Daly is no longer a representative, and now it's Avelino Valencia. So my congratulations to him, and if you guys ever need any state resources, please make sure to reach out to his office. Also just want to congratulate Mayor Sarmiento, who's going to be moving across the street, so you'll be pretty close. And he already promised us some library funding, so we're going to make sure to hold him to it, and excited for all the things to come. So thank you, everybody, and good night.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, I've got to be more quiet these days. Yeah, thank you. Let me go ahead and call on Councilmember Taifan.
Thank you. So I'm going to start off with a bunch of announcements because December is always a very busy time for our community. Tomorrow night, Santa Anita Neighborhood Association is having a meeting at Russell Elementary, which is in the Garden Grove Unified School District. Super excited. It's going to be at 6:30 p.m. I do want to say we're very excited because we finally approved some dollars to look into architectural and other renderings for the community center, which is in dire need of upgrades. So I know our residents will be very excited. The next item is Saturday, December 17th, the Cambodian family is having its 7th annual community breakfast with Santa, and there will be free COVID vaccinations and toy drive from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. I do urge all of you, if you haven't received it yet, to get the second booster. I received it. I've been to 5 conferences this fall and winter. I was previously exposed to people who had COVID, and I didn't get it. It's not a guarantee, but whatever we can do to protect each other, to protect ourselves and our family is a good thing. That same day, United Across Borders is having and I'm going to say this in Spanish, a Posada de Amor para Nuestros Niños, from 11 to 4 at Centennial Park, and they'll be giving away 1,500 toys to all the children, as well as other games and prizes and food. So please join us. And finally, December 19th, Santa Anita Neighborhood Association will be having a Christmas event at Campesino Park where they'll be raffling off some toys. So a lot of events for our families, and I'm just so excited to be here and involved with everyone. And to a more somber note, thank you, Mayor. I am asking my colleagues to allow us to adjourn. Okay, I'm gonna start crying because I cry at everything. In the memory of a Santa Ana resident, her name is Nguyen Thị Hương. She is an aunt. She's someone that we call everybody in our community aunts and uncles. I've known her since I was 7. She's a Vietnamese refugee who came here in her teens. On her own and lived in Santa Ana for most of her life. Her children lived in Santa Ana. She passed away very suddenly after a 1.5-2 week bout discovery of cancer. And she leaves 5 children and 1 grandson. I just am so sad for their family because she was very young. I also want to say that she was an incredible person who worked very hard as best she could with what she had to provide for her family. And I'm also very proud that in 2020, when I ran for the first time, she registered to vote to support me because she was so excited to have Vietnamese representation in the city of Santa Ana. So I asked that we adjourn in the memory of Nguyễn Thị Hương. Thank you.
Thank you, and absolutely we will adjourn in her memory, and thank you for sharing that story with us. Let me call now on Mayor Pro Tem Phil Becerra.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. So on this Saturday, December 10th, I'll be hosting my monthly community office hours over at George Upton All Access Park at Thornton Park. Normally I do it on the first Saturday of the month, but for the month of December, we'll be doing it this Saturday. And I'm going to say it as painful as it is, but congratulations, UCLA women's soccer. And the only reason, let's be clear, the only reason I'm saying it, relax, Mayor, relax. No, the only reason I am saying that is because not only was it an amazing game, but the fact that the only reason UCLA got this in double overtime was because of Santa Ana's own Mari Carmen Reyes. So not to keep piling on the praise for Segerstrom High School, but she is a graduate of Segerstrom High School. So I don't know, I see a streak there in athletic accomplishments. Is that in memory of? Wow, that was, yikes. I think someone in the booth up there isn't a Segerstrom fan. Shame. Or maybe UCLA, I don't know. But no, I was really excited to see what she did in double overtime on the national stage. And I think she's going to continue to shine and make Santa Ana proud. So I'm very proud of her. And I would want to conclude my comments. I don't want to sound like the mayor's going to be leaving us. He's not, because he's only going across the street. His commute might actually get a little shorter, right? So, and I apologize, I didn't bring my wish list of things for you to bring back to Santa Ana, but I know that, in the time that I've served with you, I know that you have definitely, I think if there's a position that you really belong in, it's over there, because I know that in our times working together, there have been plenty of things that you've championed that really, the only thing you didn't say in your comments was, and if I was only supervisor, I can get this darn stuff done. So no pressure, but there's a lot of things that we are going to need your help on, whether it's the homelessness and other issues when it comes to resources for the county in Central County, whether it's Santa Ana or any other part of your district. So it's great that there is going to be a Santa Ana representative on the Board of Supervisors for the first time in a long time, which is very surprising. But congratulations again, Supervisor-elect Sarmiento. And congratulations to all those that ran and won this time around. As any of us that run knows that it's tough and it's grueling. And not only do I want to say congratulations to those that have ran and won, but thank you, staff, for enduring the silly season, because, while tonight has been a short meeting, I have to say that there have been plenty of those meetings that could have been longer, but I think you did a great job in managing the agendas and the items that came before us. But now I guess we're going to have to brace ourselves for January and the subsequent meetings. But anyways, thank you, everybody. Have a good night. I look forward to seeing everybody next Tuesday here in the chambers for the council installation. Have a good night.
Thank you for those kind words, Mayor Pro Tem Becerra. So I am not going to go into anything really lengthy tonight. I'm simply going to say, we've got a special meeting next Tuesday where we're going to be installing our new council, and I'll be stepping down and handing over the gavel. I just want to tell you that it's been the privilege, of my life to serve with you all. Congratulations to Mayor Pro Tem Becerra for his reelection and Councilmember Peñalosa for his. I also want to thank Councilmember Nelida Mendoza for her service. And I know that she's served our council. I've known her since we were both commissioners. And that's why, for me, when I was recognizing the commissioners that served alongside me, it made me reflect on my time. Because even though I spent 16 years on this dais, I spent years before that as a commissioner. And Councilmember Mendoza and I were on, I believe, the Community Redevelopment Commission back then when it existed. And so I know her time in public service is lengthy. I know she loves the city. And and her service as a trustee at Santa Ana College is also very valuable. So sometimes things don't work out, but we continue to serve, and so I want to thank her for continuing to serve as a member of the public. I also want to let you know that this morning I met with Madam Mayor-elect Mesqua. We had a very good conversation because I wanted her to have the benefit of what I didn't have, which was a smooth transition. I truly believe that what we all want up here and what she wants, what Council Member-elect Ben Vasquez wants, is a better city. We just sometimes don't always agree on how to get there, and that's okay. That's what our democracy is all about. But I do want to thank my colleagues here for challenging me when we didn't agree, for disagreeing respectfully, for making sure that we had a robust debate on things, because I believe it made me a better mayor, and I hope I made you a better council member as a result of those discussions and deliberations, because that's what our framers intended when they created this government that we call our democracy. So in my opinion, as I believe Councilmember Hernandez said, these have been a glorious pair of years, and we did it under the most trying circumstances. We did it under circumstances that people haven't seen in 100 years, to govern during a pandemic when we weren't just making decisions on simple things like potholes and resources and infrastructure. We actually had to make life and death decisions. And you, as a young council, as a new council, stepped up, and I will forever be proud of you for doing that, because you were called upon to make decisions that were very profound. And I know when you get older, maybe my age, you'll reflect on these years and you'll realize what you did was very, very, very important. It was important work, it was important to the residents, but it will bind you all, it will bind us all. And my words to staff are to say that you are all consummate professionals. Some of us go back years. I've known our city attorney since we were young law students, and we were studying, and who knew that our path was going to take us back here to Santa Ana, to have to do things here, help residents that we didn't even think of back when we were studying the law. So it's funny how our paths in life sometimes intersect, sometimes take us apart. But I think for me, I just want to thank you all, because to each and every one of you, at EMT, the executive management team, but those managers that serve with you and your subordinates and your teams, they've been an incredible, incredible group of people for me to be so proud of. And you all have done an excellent job. You did it under difficult circumstances, and I'll never forget all of you stepping up when we had to go help our community door to door. And that's something that'll be an indelible memory in my mind. So with that, we will be adjourned to December 13th for our special council meeting, and this will be the last time I say this. We are adjourned.
Recording stopped.